We're ready in the ring to begin our 4-H and FFA Market Lamb Show, so we need class number 1. All other breeds market lambs, we have a single entry into the ring, please. Also, we want to remind our exhibitors in the makeup area, we need class 2, the first class of Dorper market lambs in the makeup area as well. We do want to introduce our judge for this year's Market Lamb Show. It's Nate Brookshire of Woodland, California originally. He's now the livestock judging coach and instructor at the University of Illinois, where he's a graduate student. He became involved showing at county fairs and now owns and operates BK Livestock. Nate also loves to judge junior livestock events and work with the youth in the agricultural industry. Let's welcome Nate Brookshire to your Kentucky State Fair. Again, we want to remind you, just like it was announced earlier in the exhibitors meeting, 1 adult per exhibitor in the makeup ring. Once your child has entered the ring, you must exit the show ring or the makeup ring. You're not to be coaching or watching the show from there.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today. And before I get talking about this young lady and her AOB market lamb, I just want to say thank you to the crew that allowed me the opportunity to be out here. My heart's racing. I got butterflies in my stomach. Blood pressure is definitely up. And I'm really excited for today. I had an absolute blast helping sort the ewes last year. And so I'm pumped up and I'm excited. And man, what a way to start off our market lamb show. One that has just an absolutely gorgeous kind of a hind leg. That thing is beautifully smooth in terms of its body type. I love the way that thing transitions from her shoulder back into its fore rib and mid body. Again, I think a sheep that's very, very highly presented. Congratulations to the young lady in her AOB market lamb. Give her a big round of applause as she exits the ring.
Placing on the all other breeds market lamb class, first place and also champion and Kentucky proud is entry number 4, Adam A. Williams, Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Lamb weighing 88 pounds. In the ring, in the makeup ring, we need lambs in class number 3, our second and final class of Dorper market lambs weighing 115 to 135.
get into our Dorper division, and man, this one that surfaces is really, really good is really, really good in my opinion. That thing is unrivaled in just in terms of his look and his balance there from the side. He's the most up to code in terms of the touch and the touch and tone out of the backside of his shoulder. He's square loined and big pinned and opened up in terms of his lower stifle shape. With that, he's athletic and comfortable in terms of his movement. Young man does a great job getting that one exhibited. A very, very high quality way to get ourselves started. I think the Dorper that's going to land out here in two is one who's awesome just in terms of his center cage. Really round-bodied, wide skeleton kind of an individual that has so much spread, so much mass, and so much dimension up high. I guess as we get comparative back to that of my class winner, that thing's just a little deeper there in terms of his breast and his chest floor. He's not as unique in terms of his upper dock set, but again, I love that thing from a power aspect. I love that thing from a muscularity standpoint. I think it gets deadly close between 3 and 4. To me, this is the deeper-bodied goat who's just a little more durable and dense in terms of his hind leg. Sheep who's just really, really good in terms of his lines and his levelness up high. I love that guy just in terms of his depth of body in relation to those ahead of him. That's a wether who wants to close off in terms of his forerib. He wants to narrow up in terms of his pin bone, but man, that Dorper sheep right there is real, real good in terms of lines and levelness. I think the one that comes out here next has better days ahead of him. I read him just a little prospecty, a little bit immature. I love his head carriage. I love the utilization of his front skeleton. To me, though, he's a little rounder out of his hip. He's a little more closed off in terms of his lower body. Ultimately, what lands him in 4th, he wants to pull his hind leg underneath of himself and doesn't just go with the same kind of fluidity and comfort, but man, I like that guy just in terms of some unique pieces. Congratulations to those Dorper exhibitors. Tremendous job.
Placing on the first class of Dorpers, first place goes to entry 8, Ryder Coffee of Harnard. That lamb weighing 94. Second to entry 12, and that was first in the Kentucky Proud, Meredith Elkton. That lamb weighing 105. Third and second in the Kentucky Proud to entry 9, Annabelle Geyer, Allensville. That lamb weighing 89. Fourth place to entry 10, Enoch Geyer, Allensville. In the makeup area at this time, we need lambs in class number 4, our first class of Dorsets, weighing 110 to 118. We also need our first, second, and third place animals from that first class of Dorpers in the makeup area.
Another very, very high quality class, and I think our class winner in my mind is the furthest reaching. I think that one is the most unique in terms of his look and his silhouette. I'll be the first one to tell you, is he just the genuine source of power in terms of forerib shape and muscularity from behind the lineup? No, he's not, but that's the big-legged, sound skeleton one who's unrivaled in terms of his look, his lines, his levelness, and then as I get my hands on him, man, that's a square-loined individual. Then I call him more than up to code just in terms of the density and volume of his muscle. I like that weather, very, very nice. I think that's a great way to get us started off. We want to talk about the source of power. That'd be the the ewe lamb that's going to come out here in 2, wide and opened up in terms of her skeleton, really, really round in terms of her body. I love the turn to her upper cage and just how much mass, volume, and spread she has up high. To me, she's just a little bit more prominent there in terms of her breastplate. She's a little deeper there in terms of her chest. As we set her in motion, she wants to be just a little more apparent in terms of the rise of her spine. But man, that thing is stout. She is powerful. She is opened up. Young lady brings us another very, very good good one. When this thing gets collected right here, there's a lot of good going on. That thing ties a long, skinny, attractive neck out of the top side of its shoulder. I like the shape of that thing's head. And then with that, when that thing wants to collect, that thing's length of body in relation to depth of flank allow him to truly proportion very, very well. Again, as I get critical, I get on top of that thing, he's the most A-frame in terms of his upper body. I get behind him, he's the most conventional in terms of his pin bone and his dock. I wish that guy was just a little bit more genuine in terms of his roundness of rib. But man, that is a wild-looking burger there from the side. Congratulations to those three exhibitors. Tremendous job.
As soon as we get those first three weighed back from the second class of Dorpers, we will be showing for champion and reserve champion and third place Dorper. So we need first, second, and third from both those classes of Dorpers to be back at the ring once weighed back. Placings on Class 2 of the Dorpers. First place goes to entry 7, Reagan Coffee, Harnard, and that lamb weighing 115. Second to entry 13, Adam A. Williams, Elizabethtown, that lamb weighing 126. Third, First in Kentucky Proud, Joshua Geyer, Allensville, that lamb weighing 135. In the makeup area, we need our first class of Dorset market lambs, those lambs weighing 110 to 118 in the makeup area.
We get into our Dorper Division drive out here, and man, if this is any story of what the day is going to be from here on out, today is going to be a very, very high quality day. The front runners up here are absolutely wild relative to their breed. I think the seconds out here are stout and they're burly and they're powerful. I'm not one who's going to just constantly re-break down the stock, but I will let you know where my mindset is. I think both of our class winners are the ones in contention. To me, between the class winners, I rate this guy to be just a little bit more youthful and juvenile in terms of his look. I love him just in terms of the shape there to his back. I think that thing is awesome, loined and beautiful, and the progression there to his wedge. Does he have just a pound's advantage on anything out here? No, he doesn't, but that thing is insanely high quality. I think as we talk about the one out of our second class, density of feature, foot size and circumference of bone, favor that guy. He emulates my class winner out of the first class just in terms of look and lines and levelness and presence. I think he's really unique in terms of his hide pattern as well. In relation, maybe just not as long neck, maybe not as crispy and hard in terms of his muscularity. I think between the two goats on the backside, I think there's differences in terms of muscularity and build quality. I think one of them just proportions just a little bit better there from the side. So I'm going to put the mic down. I'm going to show you my top three. Give them a big round of applause. Again, a tremendous division.
Champion Dorper goes to entry number 8 out of class number 2, Ryder Coffee, Harnard, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 94. Reserve champion was our second class winner of Dorpers, entry 7, Reagan Coffee, Harnard, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 115. Third went to entry 13 out of class 2, Adam A. Williams, Elizabethtown, that lamb weighing 126. We do need to do our Kentucky Proud. That's what they're back there in the back lining them up to do.
bring back a set of goats out here for the Kentucky Proud division. And we have something similar in Illinois called the Land of Lincoln. I think it's a really, really cool opportunity to highlight the breeders and the kids who purchase purchase stock from their state. And I do think it's absolutely awesome. I'll emulate something I heard yesterday from the Goat Show. If these guys were out here on my lineup as my champions for the Dorper breed, I'd be pumped up and I'd be excited. But man, maybe ran into some buzzsaws. Again, between the pair, I think this one's just a little bit better bodied. I think that guy's just a little bit more unique in terms of his look there from the side. That one's my favorite. That one will be reserved. Congratulations to them. Awesome job.
Kentucky Proud champion Dorper goes to entry number 11 out of our second class of Dorpers, Josiah Geyer of Allensville. That lamb weighing 135. The reserve Kentucky Proud to our Class 1 Kentucky Proud winner, entry 12, Meredith Hampton, Elkton, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 105. Now have our first class of Dorsets. These are 110 to 118 pounds. In the makeup area, we need class number 5, our second class of Dorsets. Those lambs weighing 128 to 136. Those should be in the makeup area now.
Really good class to kick off our Dorset division, and I will say that maybe there's some challenge between 2 and 3, but young man, you were going to be number 1 the second you came in here. That thing, from a presentation standpoint, is leaps and bounds ahead of his contemporaries. I get my hands on him. That guy's explosive in terms of the shape up high. He's wedgy and aggressive in terms of his touch, and then as I get that guy out on the move, not only is he the most unique and from his look and balance standpoint, he's the most flexible and comfortable, especially in terms of this hip and hind leg utilization. That's a great way to get our division started. I'm a big fan of that sheep. I think it gets deadly close between the pair of sheep that come out here for 2 and 3, and I do think there's some differences in terms of showmanship. I do think there's some differences from a type and kind standpoint. For me, the sheep who's slimmer in terms of her neck, more unique in terms of her chest to flank relation, and then truly shapelier as I get my hands on her is the young lady's ewe lamb that's going to be 2. That thing is incredible just in terms of her loin. I think that gal is just absolutely beautiful in terms of her width and her wedge. I think that sheep is really nice in a lot of aspects. Where do I want to change her? She's a little frailer there in terms of her ankle. She wants to round out of the top side of her hip, and she'll tiptoe there from behind in terms of her ankle. Want to see her just a little more flexible in terms of her hind leg. This sheep is definitely smoother than the one ahead of it. That's a deeper bodied individual, and I prefer him in terms of the utilization of his hock and pastern. I like that guy just in terms of his length of neck and his height to shoulder as I get my hands on him. He's just a little plainer there in terms of his body wall. As I set that guy into motion, he'll drop to the base of his chest and round out of the top side of his hip. But the young man does a great job getting that one exhibited. I like that guy just in terms of his smoothness and his depth of body. I wish I could crisp him up and make him just a little leveler to the top side of his dock. This sheep right here is crazy just in terms of his spread and his volume and his power up high, and I like that. To me, I think as we get on top of the lineup, there's a lot you can really appreciate in terms of just true power, true width, and true muscularity. I get that guy going. He's just the most generic in terms of his look. He's the most opened up at the base of his shoulder. I need to see that guy go with more flex and comfort and ease. I just want to see him just a little more unique in terms of his show ring look, but big-time muscularity up high. Young lady does a nice job. Give him a big round of applause. Another great way to start off our Dorset division.
Placing on the first class of Dorset Market Lambs, first place to entry number 21, Colin Combs, Taylorsville, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 118. Second place, first in Kentucky Proud, entry number 30, J.C. White, Winchester. Lamb weighing 110. Third, second in Kentucky Proud to entry 17, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. 4 to entry 18, Macy Beecraft, Morning View, Kentucky. Now have in the ring our second class of Dorset Market Lambs. In the makeup area, we should have class number 3 Dorset Market Lambs weighing between 139 and 153.
good class of Dorsets out here, and I guess life might be just a little bit like a box of chocolates because we got all different kinds of sorts and flavors out here. I will be honest, I do think it gets just a little bit more challenging as we get into the top three, but to me, ultimately, widest skeleton, roundest bodied sheep who remains the most comfortable in terms of lower skeletal flexibility, joint work, and athleticism is going to be the one that surfaces. That sheep is really aggressive in terms of her handle out of the backside of her blade. She is awesome just in terms of how opened up she is about her upper pin bone. And then as I get down, she has the right kind of shape in terms of her lower crotch or lower leg. I like that sheep just in terms of how round she is in her rib. I guess there are just two elephants in the room. She's not perfect there in terms of her loin. She's a little looser there in terms of her hide. I can get over those things because I love that thing's look. I love her proportions. I think that thing is the right kind of body shape and design. Right. I think from a presentation standpoint and on the standstill, a guy can get really, really fired up on the one that comes out here in second. Crazy tall shouldered. That thing is long and attractive in terms of its neck. I like that sheep just in terms of body length. And then with that, that sheep just from a showmanship aspect is really, really good as well. As I get comparative to the one ahead of him, that thing wants to flatten in terms of its full rib and heart. I think we left a little extra flank wool there. I think that actually works to that thing's detriment, makes him look just a little deeper and plainer. And then when I set that guy into motion, he'll deviate there in terms of his loin and pull down to the top side of his tail head. But man, that thing is a looker there from the side. Awesome presentation with a show sheep kind of front end assembly. I'm a big fan of that one. This sheep right here is awesome in terms of her crease and in terms of his crease and his roll up high. Again, that's a skinny necked kind of a sheep that runs directly uphill, and I'm a big fan of those things. It's just that as I get on top of him and I admire his crease, I need to see that guy just a little more busted open in terms of full rib and heart. He's the narrowest gauge and the most closed off of the initial three, but I like that guy just in terms of his look and his stature. Big-legged, stout-featured critter that I think is fundamentally sound down low. I love that guy in terms of the density of his feature. I love the utilization of his hind leg. As I get off to the side of that guy, I need his chest-to-flank relation to work just a little bit better, and then he wants to round off either end of his skeleton. I need to see that guy just a little bit more collected in motion. I think this sheep is actually really high quality. Some far-reaching pieces in this ewe lamb. She is crazy big-backed. She's crazy big-ended. Her skin is absolutely beautiful from a texture standpoint. Her cage is round and radical. To me, I have the hardest time getting this ewe to proportion. She's the low-shouldered, frailer-featured ewe who just doesn't have the same kind of look, essence, and quality as those ahead of her. But man, that thing, maybe from a breeding standpoint, has some far-reaching pieces. Congratulations to those exhibitors. I thought just an absolutely awesome class.
Entering the ring now is Dorsets in class number 6, which is our third class of Dorsets. These lambs weigh 139 to 153. In the makeup area, we need Dorsets, class number 7, 170 to 175 pounds, our final class of Dorsets. Placing on our second class of Dorsets, that would be class number 5. First place goes to entry 20, Lucas Campbell of Wallingford. That lamb weighing 132. Second, first in Kentucky Proud, is entry 29, Carrie Wagner, Lexington. That lamb weighing 135. Third place, second in Kentucky Proud, to entry 23, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 128. 4 to 22, Elijah Cowan, Mayslick. And 5 to entry 31, Trent Zenner, Frankfurt. The gentleman that's buying any lambs that you are done showing and you want to send them to market is here. He's parked out on the loading dock at the wash rack area. That would be to the south side of this pavilion, on the outside of the south. Price is $2 a pound based on the weight that's published in the show catalog. So if you're done showing, he's there. He'll take your lambs now.
Tough class, especially between the top two, and that's because they're both incredibly good, and they're both very different. I guess for me, on the standstill, I'm a big fan of the sheep that's going to come out and surface. Not only is he the most aggressive in terms of his muscularity, the freshest in terms of his loin edge and pin bone, and the cleanest in terms of his body wall, but I like that guy's chest to flank relation. I like the way his head and neck sit atop of his shoulder, and then I think down low, he's still more than sound enough to be a very high quality class winner. Great way to get us started. Young man, it pains me to put you in second, because that sheep, from a build quality standpoint down low, is incredibly good. That is a round, radical ribbed individual who comes at me just so opened up in terms of his chest and his knee, and you do such a good job showing him. The only problem is I get on top of that guy, he's bar none the heaviest in terms of his condition. He is the chubbiest in terms of his body wall. He's the plainest in terms of the touch out of the backside of his shoulder and over there to his loin. Man, I love that sheep in so many different ways. Just looks a little bit past 12 o'clock for the state fair, but man, that's a far reaching individual. No doubt, cutability and shape favor the young lady's weather, who comes out here in 2. Again, I do think his underline is just a little bit more unique than the one that's going to come out here in 2nd. I like his height to shoulder. Young lady has done an absolutely killer job of exhibiting that thing. To me, he's a little round-loined, and when I get that guy in motion, he's just a little straighter there in terms of his hock. He'll compensate with being just a little weaker there in terms of his pastern. He doesn't have just the roundness of rib as the two ahead of him, but man, wicked in terms of his look, shown to the absolute nines. Love that guy in terms of his grizzly shape up high, chin up, and chest out on that one. This sheep right here, round, radical, opened up kind of a sheep. The muscularity is right on this one. Big and powerful and bold up high. To me, doesn't have the same kind of lines, the same kind of look and elevation as the 3 ahead of him, but man, a high quality sheep to round us out. Congratulate the 4 individuals right there. A big time class winner in my mind.
Entering the ring now is our 4th and final class of Dorset Market lambs. These lambs weigh 170 to 175. Placing on the 3rd class of Dorset Market lambs, first place and first in Kentucky Proud is entry 19, Lucas Campbell of Wallingford. That lamb weighing 141. Second to entry 28, Maddox Trammell, Adophilis, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 153. Third, second in Kentucky Proud to entry 26, Colin McIntosh, Winchester, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 148. 4 to 27, Katrina Shea, Baghdad, Kentucky.
Good pair of sheep in our heavyweight division, and I do think composition separates this, but beyond that, the young lady's weather that surfaces has a lot of show ring quality. That's a longer hipped individual who's more comfortable in terms of his rear stride, elevation up front, and underline assembly are absolutely awesome. And then with that, relative to his size, I do think his 4 rib is still right. I think his shape and his tone and his texture are good. That's a great way to get us started in our heavies, no doubt. Congratulations to her. Young lady sheep that comes out here in 2, advantages in terms of spread said, that thing is bolder in terms of its full rib, smoother in terms of the way that it's assembled. I like that sheep from a density of foot size and feature standpoint. Again, as I get comparative, he is just a little plainer there in terms of his body wall. I step in behind him. He's not just as opened up in terms of his pin bone. And then as I get off to the side, I need to just change him in terms of his chest to flank relation. But that sheep still has a lot of quality. I hope you've had a very, very nice run with that one. Congratulate both of those exhibitors with a big round of applause. Very deserving group.
Soon as we finish the way back, then we will be showing for champion and reserve champion Dorset Market Lamb, as well as third place. So in the makeup area, we should have our first, second, and third place animals from the previous 3 classes, plus that 4th class that just finished up. Also in the makeup area, we need class number 8, our first class of Hampshire Market Lambs. First class of Hampshire Market Lambs, class 8, 90 to 110 pounds to the makeup area. Placing on the 4th class of Dorset Market Lambs, first went to entry 25, Annabeth McCarty, Independence, Kentucky, lamb weighing 175. Second to entry 16, Annetta Adair, Henderson, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 170.
Man, Dorset division has been very, very good, and from top to bottom, you guys probably got just a little bit tired of me being just a skosh repetitive, talking about just how high quality our class winners are. Let me just tell you, that's probably not going to stop today. These sheep are very, very good in front of me. Front line is absolutely incredible. I think back line is very, very good as well. Just letting you guys know my thought process, man. I thought class 1 winner was pretty sporty, pretty shiny, and pretty special. Beautiful in terms of build assembly, look, and quality. I think that sheep compositionally is correct, and then man, I think shown to the 9s as well. I thought the second in that class was cool in terms of her look and aggressive shaped, a little tight there in terms of her hind leg utilization. I'm a big fan of the ewe lamb who's going to come out and be your class 2 winner. I realize her hide isn't perfect. She is just a little weird there in terms of her loin, but talk about width of skeleton, roundness of body, and just openness of pin bone, and then burliness to her rear leg, and pound for pound, she might be the source of power out here. Man, I think that ewe lamb still has the right kind of proportions and balance. Thought a show sheep on the back side of things that was just a little bit flatter in terms of his body, a little deeper there in terms of his general type and kind, a little rounder there in terms of his hip. Class 3 hurt me just a little bit because I thought these 2 sheep were both very, very good. I thought this one from a compositional standpoint almost had to start because he is cleaner in terms of his body wall. I thought his shape up high was right. He is more dimensional in terms of his pin bone, than still I thought maintained enough lower skeletal flex down low. In a perfect world, I knock his spine down just ever so slightly, but again, that's being critical of a very good sheep. I loved the sheep that was coming out there in second. I realized that he is just a bit chubbier, a bit fatter there in terms of his body wall, but that thing at one point I'm sure looked incredibly, incredibly good. I'm a big, big fan of that guy. Just wish he was leaner. And then our heavyweights, I thought composition again kind of sorted those things, but I thought this sheep was just a little better built, a little bit cuter in terms of his look, a little longer there in terms of his hip. I thought the sheep in second had an awesome amount of spread, just a little bit plainer. I do think that their champion is pretty clear cut out here. I think it gets awfully, awfully close in reserve, but I'm going to put the mic down. I'm going to show you who I like, and then I'll get you a top 3 of them. Congratulate these exhibitors on a tremendous job. I think they've done absolutely fantastic.
Champion Dorset goes to entry number 21 out of class number 4, our first class of Dorset Market Lambs, Colin Combs, Taylorsville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 118. Reserve champion went to entry number 19 out of the third class of Dorset Market Lambs, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky, lamb weighing 141. Third to entry 28, second in that third class, Maddox Tremel, Adolphus, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 153. Our Kentucky Proud champion was the reserve champion overall, entry 19, Lucas Campbell of Wallingford. Now need to show for reserve Kentucky Proud.
Kentucky Proud division for our Dorsets, it again is very, very good. And my hat's off to the breeders in this state who are making just really, really good white sheep out here. I do think the three of these things are really good. Like I said, Class 1 winner was typey in terms of her look and shapely up high. Needed to move just a little bit better for me. This sheep, for the front third of that thing, skeleton is awesome. I love his head and neck attachment and the way that he's rocked back about his blade and his knee. I wish he was just a little leveler hipped and a little more genuine in terms of his muscularity. This guy right here is just a little bit vertical in terms of his hock, but beyond that, I think he's the most unique from a portionality, balance, and openness of rib skin point. I think that guy is really good in terms of his shape and his freshness and his presentation. Unfortunately, I can only pick one of you, as we've already landed one of our Kentucky Prouds in the top three. Young lady in the blue is going to be your reserve. Congratulations to her.
Reserve Kentucky Proud Dorset goes to entry number 26 out of our third class of Dorset Market Lambs, Colin McIntosh, Winchester, Kentucky, lamb weighing 148. Okay, entering the ring is our first class of Hampshires. This is class number 8. Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 90 to 110 pounds. In the makeup area, we need class number 9, the second class of Hampshire Market Lambs, those weighing 114 to 118. Class 9, our second class of Hampshires, weighing 114 to 118. To the makeup area now, please.
good class to start off our Hampshires, and man, just some differences from composition and maturity standpoint, but the sheep are good, and they're good all the way down the line. I think the sheep that surfaces from a maturity standpoint is one of the further ones, but yet still, I like where she's at, I like where she's at from a composition standpoint relative to maturity. That's a big-legged, stout-featured individual whose skeletal width matches her body proportionality, and then with that, has the right kind of lines and levelness that I would allow me to deem her as very, very high quality. In a perfect world, I maybe want to lengthen her there to the top side of her hip and pick her up in the base of her shoulder, but man, I do think that sheep has a lot of utility and a lot of good, going to be a great market lamb, no doubt. Sheep that comes out here in 2, man, that ewe lamb has a lot of shape. She's really good in terms of the touch out of the backside of her shoulder. That thing is cocky in terms of her neck and her head attachment up high, and then with that being said, I actually think that she utilizes the top side of her hip just a little bit better than our class winner. I just wish that her hock would remain just a little bit more inside of herself. She wants to rotate out in terms of that left one. She's a little skinnier in terms of her rear rib. Again, I think time and feed will be that thing's friend. This sheep is kind of a rock in my shoe for me, because this sheep has so many unique parts and pieces, but right now, from a compositional standpoint, we're so green. And so where's the line of is our flank going to drop? Are we going to get wide enough and burly enough? Because if you do, you're going to make me look just a little bit silly. If not, I think you still have a sheep, though, that has tremendously big foot size and feature. The way that thing is assembled off either end of its skeleton from an angularity standpoint is absolutely awesome. That thing is sound and comfortable and athletic and has a really high quality look. For me, that sheep is a little flatter there in terms of its full rib. I want to see that sheep have just a little more shape to its lower leg and stifle. Ultimately, I want to pull that thing down in terms of its rear rib and allow her to truly balance. But that thing is sound. She is awesome in terms of her lines and levelness. Round-bodied, opened-up, caged kind of a sheep that has plenty in terms of power and mass and dimension up high. A little bit rocked forward in the angle of our blade and our knee. A little frailer in terms of our ankle and not as coordinated off in our movement off either end. But that thing's roundness of cage will go very, very far. She's a good sheep. This sheep right here, practical, productive, deep-bodied kind of a critter that has the right kind of touch in terms of its loin edge. For myself, she's a little tight-hearted. She's a little low with the billowing of her shoulder. She's just a little deeper and more conventional about the way she ties her neck and head onto the front side of her blade. But man, again, that sheep is awesome in terms of her loin. This sheep is skinny, and I think this sheep's better days are ahead of it. Again, has the right kind of foot size and feature down low. That thing is really good in terms of a length of body standpoint. For me, that sheep is just the narrowest in terms of its body design. That sheep needs to be opened up at the base of its skeleton and just a little bit smoother in terms of the way that it's assembled. That sheep does have a bright future, though. Congratulate those young exhibitors on a great job. Tremendous set of stock.
Entering the ring now is our second class of Hampshire market lambs, class number 9 in the program. These lambs weigh 114 to 118. In the makeup area, we need Hampshire market lambs, third class, class number 10. Those lambs weighing 119 to 123 to the makeup area. Class 10, our third class of Hampshires, to the makeup area now. Placing on the first class of Hampshire market lambs, first place goes to entry 107, Kenja Vargas, Lexington, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 110. Second, first in Kentucky proud to 71, James Cash Jackson, Salviza, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 107. Third to 88, Larkin Romines, Lexington, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 105. 4, second Kentucky proud to 110, Laney Williams, Cynthiana, Kentucky. 5 to 93, Cheyenne Royce, Flemingsburg, Kentucky. And 6 to 84, Juliana Parrish, Bowling Green.
Man, anybody who's been to a couple of sheep shows knows it's incredibly tough to pull off a class win in the Hampshire division. And let me just tell you, this class is deep. It's really, really high quality. And the top three of them, in my mind, are very, very good. To me, the one who's the most unique from a market lamb standpoint and rivaled just in terms of show ring proportions, of underlying quality, while being just incredibly big backed, the squarest loined, and the broadest upper hip, is the young man's awesome presented weather who's going to come out here and surface on the standstill. That guy is absolutely untouchable just in terms of his elevation. That guy is so unique just in terms of how shapely and opened up he is, and then still looks like a man, still looks like an athlete standing there. In a perfect world, man, that thing is just a little quick in terms of his rear step. I wish he was just a little bit longer there in terms of his cannon bone and maybe just a little cuter at the base of his neck. Man, those are three little tiny trees. I'm not going to miss the forest. That thing's a real, real good critter. No doubt, the two ewe lambs that come out here in second have some far, far-reaching pieces. This gal that's going to come and be second in terms of height to shoulder, in terms of the way that thing ties her neck out of the top side of her blade, and then just how short-bladed and shallow she is. That thing is unique and high quality, and I like a lot of things about that ewe. To me, she's not assembled just perfect. In terms of the way that she transitions from her loin back into her tail head, she's not as opened up about her upper pin bone, but ultimately what separates the pair, she too is just a little quicker in terms of her rear step, but that's a wild-looking kind of a rip, and I love the way she's assembled up front. Sheep that's going to come out here in three, from an angularity standpoint, is probably one of the better ones that we've seen so far. That sheep's angles are laid in really good, and that allows for accuracy of step. In terms of her hind leg, that allows for that sheep to get out and really reach and go off either end. For me, though, it comes at the expense of maybe just being a little sharper there in terms of her hock. She's not as unique through the front third of her skeleton. She wants to maybe just round out of the top side of her pin bone ever so slightly, but I think that thing, beyond a market lamb standpoint, maybe from a ewe standpoint, has just a world of good. Man, this thing's full rib back. We're cooking with grease. That thing is big back. That thing is big loined and giant pinned. As I get down and I look at this thing's lower leg and stifle, that thing might just have as much oopty turn as any of them in this class. That is a wide booger who is opened up and round and radical. I'm a big, big fan of that sheep from that thing's full rib back. Half-eared weather, though, is just a little thicker there in terms of his neck. He's just a little more upright there in terms of his knee. He's maybe not just as unique in terms of his look, but that is an absolute man, full rib back. This sheep right here, extension, elevation, look, shapely, high cutability kind of a critter. For me, a little flat and a little concave in terms of her body shape, but those are big legs, and that's a really good kind of a crease up high. Young lady's done a nice job getting that one shown. Young man came out here with another sheep for us. Again, I talk about that thing just reaching and grabbing with plenty in terms of muscularity out of the backside of its blade. That thing is progressive in terms of width and wedge. Wish that thing had a little more leg wool. Wish that thing was just a little sounder on the go. Man, a great class winner. Congratulate them with a big round of applause.
Entering the ring now, we have class number 10, which is our third class of Hampshires. These lambs weigh 119 to 123. In the makeup area, we need Hampshires in class 11, our fourth class of Hampshire lambs, weighing 125 to 128. Placing on the class 2 of our Hampshire market lambs, first to entry 72. Ty Jones, Scottsville, Kentucky, the lamb weighing 118. Second, first in Kentucky Proud, to entry 41, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky, lamb weighing 116. Third, to entry number 57, and that's also second in Kentucky Proud, Kinley French, Sharpsburg, Kentucky, lamb weighing 114. 4 to 39, Riley Berry, Flemingsburg. 5 to 38, Charlie Berry, Flemingsburg, and 6 to entry 70, James Cash Jackson, Salviza, Kentucky. We do want to welcome at the ringside Darren Benton, the newest member of the Kentucky State Fair Board. And Preston Zinner, I understand you have a birthday today. Preston's out here in the ring.
Again, a very, very good class. I think our class winner is absolutely undeniable. One of them who came through the gate and I thought was just very, very good, high quality kind of livestock. And then when this guy gets stopped and parked and wants to cooperate, if you want to paint one from the side, if I'm sitting at my desk at work and I'm maybe just goofing off a little bit, if I'm drawing one, man, that guy, his silhouette is what I'm trying to make. That thing's chest to flank relation is absolutely gorgeous. His hind leg is durable and flexible and good. His rack is stand up in terms of its shape. That guy's head and neck are set in the right way. He maybe at times wants to get just a little bit heavier in terms of his head, kick his front feet forward. I think that's more of a showmanship deal. And then that guy's eye channel is wide, his noggin is stout. Yeah, is he just a little bit a little immature in terms of his loin? He is. He is just a little bit skinnier, maybe to be a state fair champion. But man, that guy right there is a very, very good piece of livestock, and I'll be excited to see how he stacks up as we continue on throughout the day. I think the next two sheep are really good as well. I say from this thing's full rib back, I think he rivals our class winner in terms of pin width, loin edge, and back shape. I like that guy, again, just in terms of density and durability, in terms of hind leg. That guy's front skeleton is what gets him in trouble. He's more vertical about the angle of his blade and his knee. He'll tie his neck just a little bit lower to the point of his blade, and then as he gets out and goes, his front end will cause him to rise up there in terms of his spine, and he doesn't maintain the same kind of balance. But that guy, full rib back, that's some power, that's some genuine width and some spread. I like that sheep. No doubt sheep that's going to come out here next, that thing is just a little smoother in terms of the way that she's assembled. That's a ewe lamb with a big kind of a full rib shape who's awesome and opened up the center portion of her body. Again, I think her hind leg is really sound and really flexible. I guess as I get comparative, she's a little deeper there in terms of her breastplate, just a little more generic there in terms of her look there from the side. She wants to run downhill ever so slightly, and then I could just clean her up from a compositional standpoint. But that ewe lamb has a tremendous, tremendous rib cage. This thing right here on the standstill, man, I thought we were cooking with being up there in terms of this class, because that thing is skinny necked, she's swoopy bellied, and then angles read you just incredibly good. While I like that ewe lamb in terms of the way that she's assembled, I do think she's a little bit more breeding-esque. She's not as crispy in terms of her shape. As we get her in motion, she'll deviate down in terms of her spine and separate there in terms of her loin. But again, I think that ewe lamb is really good just in terms of her look and her head carriage. I like that sheep. This sheep right here, big-legged, burly-bodied one who's awesome just in terms of depth of cage, and then that thing has a 55-gallon rib drum for a rib cage, a little straight off either end of his skeleton, a little plainer in terms of his look, but muscularity and power were real, real good. Similar story right here. This thing actually might have a little bit of an advantage from a cutability and shape standpoint. I didn't think this guy went out and traveled just nearly as comfortable in terms of front skeleton. I thought that thing's spine wanted to get pretty up there at times, but man, that thing was big and burly up high. Congratulate those exhibitors. A great, great, great class winner.
Entering the ring now is class number 11, our fourth class of Hampshires. These weigh 125 to 128. Placing on our third class of Hampshire Market Lambs, class number 10, weighing 119 to 123. First place goes to entry number 46, Ryder Coffee of Harnard, Kentucky, lamb weighing 119. Second, First in Kentucky Proud to 55, Callie Fleming, Winchester, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 121. Third place to 114, Preston Zinner, Frankfort, that lamb weighing 121. Fourth, Second in Kentucky Proud, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 121. Fifth place to 111, Talon Wilson, Worthville. And 6 to 97, Hagen Smith, Winchester. Again, in the ring, we have class 11, which is our fourth class of Hampshire Market Lambs, weighing 125 to 128. In the makeup area, we need class number 12, Hampshire Market Lambs, weighing 129 to 138. Class 12, Hampshire Market Lambs, weighing 129 to 138, our fifth class of Hampshire Market Lambs.
Real good pair of sheep ahead of me right now, and if somebody at the end of the day wants to come back and talk to me about this pair of sheep and say that they disagreed with me, I absolutely get it. I think this pair of sheep is deadly, and where each one of these sheep are different, the other one is so much better. To me, when I think about making sheep, I want them things to be short-bladed, shallow-chested, and wild-looking there from the side. I want them to be really, really sound and really comfortable, and I want them to run directly uphill and tie their neck high out of the top side of their shoulder. This guy right here is picturesque there from the side. I make the call as I stand in behind him that he's got more than enough shape out of the backside of his blade. I like that sheep rather good. I guess in relation to the one that comes out here in second, he is just a little narrower there in terms of his loin and his pin bone. He's not just as overwhelming in terms of his mass and his power and his dimension. Again, in a perfect world, I do want to see that guy just reach and flex with just a little bit more there to his hind leg, but I think the front 2/3 of that thing are absolutely sporty and absolutely wild. That's a very good sheep to get us started. You want to talk to me about a source of power who's presented to the absolute nines? I'm all in on the one that comes out here in 2. I get on top of him. That thing is round-ribbed, opened up in terms of her cage. She is beautiful just in terms of her spread and her mass and her power that she works up high. That's the fattest pinned one, who's the biggest in terms of the oopty shape to her lower leg and stifle. And on the standstill, man, I think we're really good. I get that girl in motion. She wants to lower at the point of her shoulder. She'll separate there in terms of her loin and her tail head. She'll get just a little lower in terms of her breastplate in relation to her flank. She's not just as tidy in terms of her step off either end. But again, I do think that's an incredibly high quality female. I'll be excited to see the pair of them come back out here. Buddy right here, I feel for you, because that sheep is sound. He's good looking. He's high tying. I'm a big fan of this sheep in so many different ways. Fell in with 2 absolute buzzsaws where we didn't have the mass or the power in terms of our full rib and heart to truly play. But that sheep is big-legged and sound and comfortable. This sheep right here, I do think it gets close between these two. I read this guy just a little better in terms of the turn to his full rib. I read this guy just a little better out of the backside of his shoulder and the way that he transitions to his loin and upper pin bone. Get that guy in motion, not the same kind of underlying quality we've been talking about today. I want to rock him back about the angle of his blade and his knee, but upper portion of that thing's skeleton is very good. Big-legged, stout-featured, burly, caged one comes out here next. I like that sheep. I think that sheep has plenty in terms of mass and spread up high. Watch that thing come directly at me. We're a little bit too narrow-chested. I need to see that hind leg work with just a little bit more fluidity. That sheep right there is sound and good-looking, and he just doesn't have enough muscle and punch, but I like that guy's skin texture and his look. This sheep right here is deep and sappy and swoopy in terms of her belly, a little deep and a little rounder there in terms of her hip. This sheep is radical and robust in terms of his rib, needs to be just a little more unique from a show ring and tangibles aspect. Really good class. Those top 2 were absolutely deadly. Congratulate him with a big round of applause, if you would.
Next class will be class number 12, Hampshire Market Lambs weighing 129 to 138. Please have in the makeup area Hampshire's class number 13, 139 to 144 pounds. That would be class number 6 of the Hampshires, class 13 in the program. Placing on our class of Hampshire Market Lambs weighing between 125 and 128, class number 11, first place, first in Kentucky Proud, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, lamb weighing 128. Second to entry 73, and that's second in the Kentucky Proud program, Ty Jones, Scottsville, Kentucky. That lamb also weighing 128. Third place to entry 43, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 126. Fourth place to 64, Lane Hack, Wilmore. 5 to 98, Hagen Smith of Winchester. Sixth place to 53, Blake Daly of Paris, Kentucky. 7 to entry 104, Lily Terrell of Paris, Kentucky. And 8 to 109, Carrie Wagner of Lexington. Again, we want to remind folks only one parent per child in the makeup area. And then once your child has entered the show ring, we ask that you vacate that area completely.
Man, I had a 4-hour drive on the way here yesterday evening, and I was pumped up and I was excited. And one of my favorite things to do on a drive is to listen to a podcast. And I was listening to the Joe Rogan Experience yesterday. I got one of the episodes in, and he was talking about just a bad mamma jamma. And he said, man, that guy is nasty. When this sheep came in, the only word that came to my mind was nasty. That thing is absolutely unrivaled from a balance and proportionality standpoint to anything that we've seen so far. That thing is round and radical and robust in terms of its rib cage. That thing is big back, big ended, and sound and comfortable down low, presented to the absolute nines. Young lady, you're going to have a nice day. I can see it in the future. Young lady, it comes out here in 2, man, that sheep is real good as well. That thing is tall fronted. He's awesome in terms of the way that he ties his neck out of the top side of his blade. That's a white featured critter who's aggressive and shapely in terms of the way that he grabs up high. To me, he's not as round in terms of his rib. He's not as coordinated in terms of his spine and loin in motion, but I love that guy's silhouette. I love his look and his pattern. Again, another real high quality sheep. On the standstill, young man, I think you can be second, because that thing is bolder in terms of his turn, in terms of his center body. That thing is spread and mass and dimension up high. I like him in terms of his hind leg. We get that guy in motion, he wants to drop there in terms of his shoulder. He's a little rounder at the base of his blade. He's a little thicker there in terms of his neck. Doesn't carry the same kind of silhouette, uniqueness, or pattern as those two ahead of him, but that is a good sheep, no doubt. Young lady, I'll be finding you after the show at some point and asking you what this ewe lamb is and what the price tag is on buying her, because that thing is high-headed. She is so sound and so comfortable in terms of her movement. She is cat-like in terms of the utilization of her hind leg. That is great shaped kind of a sheep who is high cutability and shapely in relation to the boys ahead of her. She's a little narrower chested. She's not as grizzly and opened up, but man, that is a bad cat. Show me that thing in a ewe lamb show and you'll have a nice day. This young lady's sheep has the oopty turn to that thing's lower leg and stifle that we've been talking about. Big back, big loin, big ended kind of a critter that has the right kind of proportionality. Again, like the one in third, we set that guy in motion. He's a little low to the ground. He wants to collapse in at his knee, and he isn't just as comfortable out of his front skeleton. I want to see that guy just a little taller shouldered and a little more unique up front, but you're an absolute hammer of a stick, and I think you do a great job. Young lady right here has a white featured sheep that has the advantage in terms of extension and elevation to the sheep ahead of it. To me, not as burly in terms of upper pin bone, not as creasy in terms of shape, but man, that thing is very good from an extension standpoint. Deep-bodied, practical one comes out here next. I want to see that sheep just a little smoother in terms of top line construction. I want to see that sheep just a little more radical in terms of loin and pin expression. But man, incredible class. Top end of that class was absolutely killer.
Entering the ring now is class number 13. Class 13 is our 6th class of Hampshires. These lambs weigh 139 to 144 pounds. Placing on Class 5 of our Hampshire Market Lambs, first place and also first in Kentucky to entry 61, Izzy Godman, Brooksville, Kentucky, Lamb Wing 135. Second place to entry 77, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, Lamb Wing 138. Third to 48, Colin Combs, Taylorsville, Lamb Wing 132. Fourth, second in Kentucky to 83, Emma Mulliken, Maysville, Kentucky. 5 to 76, Morgan Lawson, Maysville, Kentucky. 6 to 56, Elizabeth Frame, Caneyville, Kentucky. And 7 to 67, Macy Hazelrig, Ewing, Kentucky. At some point today, possibly after you've shown a class or finished up, please come to the show ring and see Molly, the following individuals: Wyatt Acey, Emily Myers, Ty Jones, Izzy Godman, and Abigail Mattingly. Again, we want to announce that the fellow that's buying lambs is located out on the loading dock and wash rack area at the south of this part of the pavilion. He's paying $2 a pound based on the weight that's in the catalog. So if you'd like finish showing and you'd like to sell your lambs, please go out there with them.
Man, these classes just keep rolling and rolling, and the top end of these things are so good. And when this one came out, again, I had a very similar feeling to the one in the last class. I thought that thing is real high quality, and I knew he was going to be a dominant class winner. I do think it gets close between 2 and 3, but this guy's build, his look, his silhouette, and his skeleton are absolutely unrivaled within this class. And then I get on top of him, he's got the right kind of muscularity, he's got the right kind of spread and dimension. That is a high-end kind of a show sheep, no doubt. I think skeletal soundness and underlying sort the next two. This one to me is a little better in terms of the swoop there to his belly while still being more tucked up there in terms of his thoracic. I love the way that this guy's assembled. So good and smooth in terms of the angle of his blade. His knee is rocked back in him, and then his hind leg is durable, it's comfortable, it's flexible. To me, he reads very high-end show sheep there from the side. I guess the front 2/3 of his body to me are good enough in terms of his shape and his dimension. I wish his loin and his pin were just a little bit bigger. But man, that's being real critical on a sheep that I'm a big fan of. You want to talk about burly legs, you want to talk about getting on top of these things and talking about true spread, true power, true dimension, and then getting behind him and saying, man, that is a wampus rumpus. I think the sheep that comes out here next is really good in that regard. For myself, a little deeper in terms of length of blade, in terms of depth of chest. That thing's a little shorter hipped and a little thicker there in terms of its neck, but that is a wide, burly, opened up rascal with plenty of terminal merit up high. This sheep is beautiful in terms of his skin. I mean, just absolutely buttery when you run your hand down that thing's spine. Beautiful in terms of her loin edge. That thing is shapely and aggressive in terms of her touch. Gets a little tightrope walking for me and as we watch that thing go from behind. She wants to get just a little tiptoey. She wants to rock forward there in terms of her blade, get that thing to move just a little bit more comfortably, and I think we move it up because that thing's touch is real good. While our lines, outline, silhouette, and pattern are great on this one, needs more terminal merit, needs more punch, needs more loin edge, but man, that thing's look, that thing's feature, that thing's height of shoulder are real good. Burly, opened up, round-bodied kind of an individual that's too round off either end of its skeleton. Sound comfortable kind of a critter who needs more terminal shape, needs more power, and needs more width. This one right here is great shaped. I like that sheep just in terms of its immaturity and how juvenile he is in terms of his body wall. While I do like that immaturity from a flesh standpoint, I think a little bit of flesh would actually help us blend our top line together a little bit better, blend our loin back into our dock. Very good class. Congratulate those exhibitors. Again, big round of applause for a group of hardworking kids.
Entering the ring now is class number 7 of our Hampshire show, class 14 in the program. These lambs weigh 146 to 157. Placing on class number 6 of our Hampshires, these lambs weighing between 139 and 144. First place goes to entry 105, Maddox Trammell, Adolphus, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 144. Second place, First in Kentucky Proud to 63, Carly Grant, Bowling Green, Kentucky, lamb weighing 140. Third place to 66, Macy Hazelrig, Ewing, Kentucky. 4, Second Kentucky Proud to 113, Peyton Zinner, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 142. Fifth place to 54, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky. Sixth place to 80, Ella Myers, Union, Kentucky. Seventh place to entry 86, Luke Renfro, Bowling Green. And eighth place to entry 85, Abigail Potts, Oakland, Kentucky. Again, in the ring is class 7 of our Hampshire market lambs, 146 to 157. In the makeup area, we need class number 8, 15 in the program. These are Hampshire market lambs weighing 160 to 166. Those should be in the makeup area.
get into some heavier weight sheep out here, and I do think it becomes a top pair of critters that are different in terms of what they represent, yet they both have the far-reaching pieces. They're both very eye-catching. They're giant-legged, white-featured, beautiful eye-channeled kind of critters that tie their neck high out of the top side of their shoulder, and then I'd argue with the majority of people and say I think they're really good, both of them, in terms of their look on the standstill. I think they rival each other in terms of where they're good, just from a silhouette aspect. I guess for me, the taller statured one is just a significantly more sound and comfortable option in terms of length of hip, in terms of elevation up front, and definitely in terms of squareness of hind leg as he leaves me. I like that guy just in terms of pattern and presence and look there from the side. I'm not going to tell you that as I stand in behind the lineup that he's the biggest in terms of his loin or his pin bone. He's not, man, but I make the call that he's got more than enough for myself. He's sound, he's comfortable, he's wild in terms of his look. A young lady brings us another absolutely phenomenal kind of a critter. This sheep that comes out here in two, wider in terms of his chest, more manly, more grizzly in terms of his back and his loin and his pin bone. I like that guy just in terms of when the standstill, the way that he ties his neck out of the top side of his blade, his knee is still rocked back in him, and then he looks just so athletic in terms of his underline. I wish he maintained that in motion. He wants to get shorter and rounder out of the top of his hip. He'll push his left hind out, but ultimately I think what lands him here in second, he'll drop his shoulder and get just a little plainer up front. But man, that is being incredibly critical of a sheep who is absolutely monstrous and fantastic in terms of his muscularity up high. Young man right here, again, landed in a really tough class because this sheep's lines, his levelness, and his look are very, very good. And then with that, compositionally, your sheep is very up to code relative to his size. I like that sheep in terms of his foot size and his feature. He's got a silvery kind of a color that I like as well. To me, he's a little thicker there in terms of his neck and looser about his hide. I want to rock him back about the angle of his knee and just make him a little more wow factor-esque, if you will, in comparison to those two ahead of him. But that's a good sheep, no doubt. This sheep right here has a lot of muscularity. That sheep is big-backed, big loin, big pinned, and that sheep carries that down into a full lower twist, lower stifle and leg. To me, that sheep is deeper in terms of its chest, a bit rounder and more conventional about its shoulder. That sheep will pull its hind leg underneath of itself. Ultimately, that sheep will just get a little round everywhere. But man, that sheep has some far-reaching pieces. This sheep has a beautiful kind of a hind leg. I wish that we were just built a little bit more unique up front. That thing is a little thicker necked, a little deeper chested, just a little plainer overall. I get my hands on that thing's body wall and it tells the story there. We're pushing just a little extra chub. But man, that sheep is awesome from a hind leg standpoint. I like that sheep's cage, no doubt. Young lady does a nice job. Creasy, ripped up kind of a rascal, needs to move just a little bit better. This guy has a practical, productive, easy feeding kind of a look, gets real wide from behind and just needs to go just a little sounder there for me. Again, this sheep is sound and comfortable, needs more terminal merit, needs more punch, needs more shape up high. But again, that class was awesome. Those top two or three are real, real good.
Entering the ring now is our 8th and final class of Hampshire Market Lambs. This is class number 15 in the program. These lambs weigh between 160 and 166 pounds. Placing on class number 7 of our Hampshire Market Lambs, first place to entry 59, Izzy Godman, Brooksville. That lamb weighing 153. Second to entry 40, Cayston Caldwell, Butler, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 146. Third place to entry 95, Olivia Simpson, Crittenden, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 154. 4 to 36, Macy Beecraft, Morning View. 5, First in Kentucky Proud to entry 96, Olivia Simpson, Crittenden. 6th place, Second in Kentucky Proud to 103, Henley Stevens, Pleasureville, Kentucky. 7 to entry 233, Heidi Castle, Winchester. And 8 to 91, Cheyenne Royce, Flemingsburg. In the makeup area at this time, we need the first, second, and third place animals from classes 8 through 14. That's the first 7 classes of the Hampshires in the makeup area, placings 1, 2, and 3 in each of those classes.
Get into a heavier weight division of our Hampshires, and with that, I think composition maybe comes just a little bit more into play than it previously has. I do think again muscularity and look are still at the forefront of things, and that's where this sheep surfaces. One who's comfortable and sound in terms of a lower skeletal build. That thing is bold and burly in terms of his upper cage, and then as I roll down to that thing's body wall, man, we're still very, very good in my mind, just from a compositional standpoint. I like that sheep a good deal, and just from a muscularity and basic market lamb standpoint, is he just as wild or unique as anything we've seen today? No. But if we get on top of him, is he just as burly as anything that we've seen today? Yeah, he is a burly rascal. I think it does get close between the next 2 sheep. They're both beautiful, skinned, hydrated kind of critters. This one's better loined and bigger pinned, and I still think just a bit more unique in terms of lower body design. I like this sheep, and this specifically as it goes directly away from me in terms of hind leg squareness. We need to intensify that one from a foot size and feature standpoint. We're not just as opened up or crazy wide as the one that comes in and is going to become our class winner, but that is a good sheep, no doubt. This sheep's front skeleton is really sound. That sheep is really smooth and really good in terms of its forerib. That sheep will deviate there in terms of its loin, though, get pretty pushy in terms of its left hock, and just a little sharper there in terms of its hind leg utilization. But man, front 2/3 of that sheep are very, very nice. This sheep is high-headed and ties his neck beautifully out of the top side of his blade. I like the way this sheep is assembled, and I love the way this sheep proportions and silhouettes there from the side get that shape in motion. We're looking a little harsher in terms of our rear body. I wish our pin bone matched the shape that we had working out of the back side of our blade, but that sheep is good, no doubt. Ewe lamb comes out here next. And I think that ewe lamb is great just in terms of a breeding ewe basic standpoint. I think that thing is awesome in terms of foot size and fur. She's deep and swoopy in terms of her belly. She's awesome in terms of her spread. For myself, she's a little deep, she's a little chubby, and maybe just a little vertical in terms of her rear pastern. But again, I think that thing has a world of value as a breeding ewe, as a market lamb. I think she maybe just looks a little bit more maternal. The sheep who comes out here next, shape and aggression are definitely in that sheep's favor. A little round off either end of our skeleton. I wish our hip bone and our pin bone was just a little bit more level and square. But again, a very, very good class. Congratulate them with a big round of applause. I can't wait to see the drive. It's going to be good.
As soon as we finish with the way back on the top 5, we will be bringing in our first, second, and third place animals of those 8 classes of Hampshire market lambs. Placing on Class 8 of the Hampshire Market Lambs, first place and first in Kentucky proud to 78, Cullen McIntosh, Winchester, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 164. Second to 49, Addison Cowan, Mayslick, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 166. Third, second in Kentucky proud to 79, Gracie Medley, Springfield, Kentucky, the lamb weighing 162. 4 to 65, Emma Hampton, Hanson, Kentucky. 5 to 37, Macy Beecraft, Morning View, Kentucky. And 6 to 106, Hayden Turner, Falmouth, Kentucky. Now ready to show for first, or champion, reserve champion, and third overall in the Hampshire Market Lambs. In the makeup area at this time, we need class number 16, our first class of natural colored market lambs. Those lambs weighing 95 to 105. Natural colored class 16, our first class of natural colored market lambs weighing 95 to 105 to the makeup area now, please.
What an absolutely phenomenal lineup of Hampshire sheep out here in front of us, and what an absolutely phenomenal group of exhibitors. These things are very, very good, and the forefront of these things, the front line, man, they're absolutely incredible. A great, great set of sheep. That's not taking anything away from the back line, man. Them things are absolutely awesome as well. I do think that it's just so unique to have a state where you come out and you look at these things and you say, man, I was able to pick the things that I liked. I was able to pick sound structure sheep that were built like Usain Bolt down low and then had Arnold muscles up high and then still looked like a supermodel there from the side. And so I will say this is a very competitive division. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of these sheep had a very, very nice day at the end of this thing because they are that good. To those coming out here in later divisions or later breeds, man, pack a lunch. This is a tough deal out here. These sheep are real good. I'm going to let you know my thought process just because there are maybe some slight differences between these critters, but man, they're very, very good. A young man out of Class 2, I thought that thing was crazy bubbly in terms of his muscularity. I thought on the standstill, his underline still read right. That thing's presentation is absolutely phenomenal, and showmanship is very great too. To me, he's a little low to the ground. He's a little quick in terms of his rear step at times, but man, I do like that sheep a bunch. I said that if I was going to draw one there from the side, young man sheep was in second, out of our third class, was going to be the one that I was going to draw, and he's maybe fighting him just a little bit right now, but that thing's underline, that thing's rib cage, and that thing's texture up high are really good. I love that thing in terms of his hind leg. He is just a little immature in terms of his loin. He needs to be just a little bit smoother, but man, that was a good sheep, no doubt. This Class 4 was tough on me because these two sheep were real different in terms of what they represent. This sheep to me was a little bit more my speed in terms of blade length, elevation, and silhouette. He needed to be just a little bigger pinned and a little square loin, but man, that thing was a wild looking booger. That thing is as wide, as burly, and as opened up as we've seen, just a little bit low shouldered. This one right here is an absolute contender in my mind. That thing is stout headed. He is beautiful in terms of his foot size and feature. That thing is the most progressive in terms of his width and his wedge. I'd argue he's one of the stouter pin sheep out here, and yet still so dimensional in terms of his lower leg and his stifle. Maybe in relation to another one out here, he's not as unique in terms of his chest to flank relation. He is just a little quicker there in terms of his rear step at times. That's being incredibly critical in relation to another sheep that I think is absolutely bad to the bone. This one right here I did think was a contender as well. I thought that thing's skin, I thought his soundness and his build down low, especially from in terms of his rear leg, were really good. I thought his spread and his mass and his presentation were absolutely phenomenal. Is he a little upright there in terms of his knee? Yeah. Is he maybe just a little puffy there in terms of his forerib? Yeah. Those are small trees, big forest. That thing is an awesome critter. Last two that I'm going to talk about right here, last two that I thought were truly in the mix were out of this last class. Man, I thought this thing was a bad cat there from the side. That thing is absolutely, bar none, the most unique in terms of his look. That thing is white-featured. He's high-headed. He is gorgeous in terms of his neck attachment. He is sound and comfortable down low. He is awesome just there from the side. If I get comparative, there's another sheep out here who's maybe a little bigger pinned, maybe just a little fuller in terms of his lower twist and stifle. Again, I think those two sheep are bar none my favorites. It'll be interesting to see how they land. And then the one that was second in that class, wide, burly, stout, genuine source of power, to me needed to be just a little better in terms of rear movement. This set of sheep right here is real good. I'm going to go get you my top three. I think they're absolutely incredible. To the crowd right now, my charge is to you. Give these guys some love. Absolutely phenomenal group.
Champion Hampshire goes to entry number 59 out of the 7th class of Hampshires. Izzy Godman of Brooksville, lamb weighing 153. The reserve champion went to entry 61 That would have been out of the 5th class of market lambs. Entry 61 was also the first place, so and therefore a champion Kentucky proud. Also Izzy Godman, Brooksville, 135 pounds. The 3rd place goes to the 2nd place animal from the 7th class, entry 40, Cayston Caldwell, Butler, Kentucky, 146-pound lamb. Now showing for reserve champion Kentucky proud.
Not to be too quick when it comes to picking our Reserve Grand Day and our Kentucky Proud Hampshire show, but there was one of them that I did think was definitely contender for overall, and so in my mind, I thought just a sheep that was so unique in terms of look and balance and silhouette and symmetry. Young man in the purple is going to be your Reserve Hamp.
Reserve Kentucky Proud Hampshire goes to our first place animal out of class number 4. Entry 51, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 128. Again, we should have had natural colored class 16, our first class of natural colored market lambs in the makeup area. Those lambs weigh 95 to 105. In the ring, we have our first class of natural colored market lambs. This is class 16. These lambs weigh between 95 and 105 pounds. In the makeup area, we need class 2 of our natural colored. That would be class 17 in the program. Those lambs are 106 to 114. Class 17 to the makeup area now.
Man, each division that we've had today has been very, very good. And so it's a very, very bright start to the natural division. To start off with one of this caliber, a big-legged, stout-featured one. And, he's lightweight. I would say that this thing, from a futuristic standpoint, has the right kind of cannon bone length. I like his composition relative to his maturity, and then his build quality, his look, his shape up high, and then his underline. I'll read like he's going to have a day in the future where he looks like an absolute man. As for today, man, that's a great way to start off with Class 1. That sheep is big-backed, he's big-loined and big-pinned. Young man does an absolutely exceptional job of getting that one stuck. Presentation is on point. The next two sheep get challenging, and they get close, and I think personal preference sorts them. To me, the sheep that's going to land here in second is a ewe lamb who's just a bit sounder off either end of her skeleton. She ties her neck higher at the top side of her shoulder. She's neater in terms of the center portion of her back and leveler in terms of her design. Is she just as opened up in terms of her forerib and her heart? No, she's not. Is she as cute and tidy in terms of her underline as our class winner? No, but that thing from a fundamental market lamb standpoint is sound and comfortable and neat looking. I like that one pretty good out there for two. Shoulder back, man, we can talk about a pair switch for second, and with the young man's sheep who's going to come out here in three. That thing is crispy and aggressive in terms of his touch. His loin edge is big and square. To me, he's just a little round off either end of his skeleton. He's more open at the point of his shoulder. He ties his neck a little low, and he wants to get just a little round there to the top side of his hip, but beautiful in terms of just shape up high, awesome in terms of foot size and feature down low. Young lady sheep that's going to come out here next wasn't blessed with the big furs, and man, that's okay with me because that sheep is actually leveler in terms of his hip and more unique in terms of his dock set than the one that comes out here next. That sheep is tall-shouldered and big-backed and has the right kind of underline. For myself, that sheep, again, is pretty frail. We get that sheep rocking and rolling forward. He'll want to just lower in terms of the base of his blade. She's not just as unique in a couple of areas, but man, that sheep has some far-reaching pieces. This sheep is bigger-legged and stouter-featured. I like that sheep in terms of depth of body. For myself, though, we need to make that sheep more athletic in terms of its underline. We need to make that sheep more three-dimensional in terms of shape and power up high. But a good critter, no doubt, to round us out. Congratulate those natural Class 1 exhibitors with a big round of applause.
Next to enter the ring is Class 2 of our natural colored market lambs. That's Class 17 in the program. Those lambs weigh 106 to 114. In the makeup area at this time, we need natural colored market lambs in the third class, or Class 18. Those lambs weigh between 118 and 130. Again, we need Class 18 to the makeup area. Placing on the first class of natural colored, these are Class 16. First place goes to 164, Maddox Trammell, Adolphus, Kentucky, lamb weighing 101. Second and first in Kentucky Proud, Carrie Wagner, Lexington. That lamb weighs 104. Third, second in Kentucky Proud to 175, Trent Zinner, Frankfort, lamb weighing 95. Fourth place to 173, Addie Mae Williams, Elizabethtown. And 5 to 221, Graham King, Glencoe.
My side hustle is a professional sheep catcher. Great class, too, of our naturals here. And, man, I do think this class winner is very, very quick and very, very undeniable. A dominant one just in terms of skeletal width and power, and then we get on top of him. This thing absolutely eats the remainder of his contemporaries. Big back, square loin, broad-pinned individual. Again, unrivaled just in terms of balance and proportionality there from the side. Shown to the nines and presented to the nines as well. In a perfect world, maybe at times in motion, that thing will get just a little off in the upper pitch to his hip. Again, I think that's being very, very critical. This sheep is being a hard one to show right now, and man, that thing has some far-reaching pieces and some far-reaching quality. That thing is the tallest shouldered, shortest bladed, shallowest chested one, and then as I get on top of him, though he's incredibly green and raw in terms of his maturity curve, man, he is awesome just in terms of his wedge and his width. For me, he's a little tall, he's a little harsh there in terms of his rib right now. Again, I think time and calories will be that guy's buddy, but a very, very good sheep that reads like a true lightweight, should a very high quality critter. This thing is just a little deeper in terms of its rear rib, a little sappier there in terms of its flank. That sheep reads a little smoother in the transition of its spine, loin, and tail head than the one ahead of it. To me, that sheep gets a little rounder out of its hip and a little more vertical in terms of the utilization of its hock in relation to the two sheep ahead of it. That sheep is the deepest of the initial three, but I love that sheep from a smoothness standpoint. That sheep's underline still lays in right just because it's so deep and sappy there. I just wish that sheep was just a little more unique up front. Good sheep, no doubt. This sheep right here is round and radical in terms of his cage. Again, a deep-bodied individual with the right kind of touch and tone up high. He's a little more vertical off either end of his skeleton. Subsequently, he'll push in terms of his breastplate. He doesn't have the same kind of look and skeletal quality as those ahead of him, but again, a creasy kind of an individual. Long-bodied, extended kind of a sheep with big legs. To me, the sheep is just a little round in terms of its hip. That sheep needs to go home and just eat a couple more calories, consume some feed. He's real raw and skinny in terms of his forerib and over the top side of his skeleton. But again, I think that sheep's extension is awesome. This sheep is rounder cage than the one that's going to be just directly ahead of it. I wish the sheep had a little more foot size and feature. I wish the sheep was just a little more coordinated in terms of its spine and motion. But again, a great class, awesome class winner. Pumped up for these kids. Congratulate them.
Entering the ring now is our third class of natural colored market lambs. This is class 18. These lambs weigh between 118 and 130. In the makeup area, we need lambs in class number 19, natural colored market lambs, the fourth class of those, 133 to 140 pounds. Natural colored market lambs, class 19, the fourth of our natural colored classes, 133 to 140 pounds to the makeup area. A corrected placing on our second class of natural colored from what you saw in the show ring. First place and first in Kentucky proud goes to entry 140, Kinley French, Sharpsburg, Kentucky, lamb weighing 114. Second place to entry number 138, Tolly Downs, Alexandria, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 106. Third place To entry number 142, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 112. 4, Second in Kentucky Proud to 158, Brooke Scotthorn, Corinth, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 112. And 5 to entry 147, Brenlin Jordan, Louisa, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 114.
Very good top pair of sheep right here in our third class of the Naturals, and they're different in terms of what they represent. Again, I do think there is some similarities just in terms of presentation. I think there's some similarities in terms of skeletal quality of rear leg. I do think there's some similarities just in terms of shape up high, but the young lady's wether up front to me is the shorter bladed, shallower chested option, who's just so much more unique from a pattern and silhouette aspect. I love that guy. As we set him loose, he's just so comfortable in terms of his front skeletal angle. He ties his neck high out of the top side of his shoulder, and then still, man, that thing is just absolutely out there in terms of his look. Now, if I'm going to be critical of him, if I stand right here behind the lineup, is he just monstrous in terms of his pin bone? Is he the craziest in terms of his back shape that I've ever seen? No, he's not, but that's a good sheep, and muscularity to me, he has more than enough. Sheep that comes out here in 2, outlier, just in terms of skeletal width, roundness of body. That thing is burlier in terms of its cage, deeper in terms of its rear rib. That sheep has more foot size in terms of a natural foot than maybe even our class winner. That thing is so radical through the center portion of his body. I love that guy in terms of his pin bone. For myself, he's just a little shorter in terms of his cannon. He's not as unique in terms of his elevation through his chest and his breastplate. But again, that's a very good sheep that ends up in second. I'm excited to see that pair come out later here in the day. I think 3, 4, 5, and 6 might get just a little bit more challenging. This one, to me, best encapsulates both skeletal quality and look on the stand, or look on the side once we get him going. Because man, this thing is basic in terms of his build down low, but she has the right kind of shape up high. She still is correct in terms of her underline down low. Again, in relation to those ahead of her, not the same level of presentation, not the same level of foot size and feature. Again, we can say she's just a little sharp there in terms of her hock if we get real critical, but that is a good critter, no doubt. This sheep, though that sheep maybe wants to be just a little different in terms of its underline, actually regains my favor as we set the sheep to move, because that thing will pick up in terms of its chest and utilize its hind leg with some flex and some comfortability. In relation, though, the longer that we get that sheep to drive, his underline just ain't perfect. He's more open at the base of his shoulder, and then again, I want to see that sheep just a little cuter and tidier in terms of his neck, but that sheep's back and loin are absolutely awesome. Ewe lamb right here has the right kind of look. I like the way that her spine is laid into her. Again, in behind her, and she's maybe not just as opened up or wide and burly as a couple of these things, but man, a good critter with the right kind of silhouette. That thing is shapely, good skinned, and high cut ability. Needs to move just a little bit better. This thing is burly, wide, and stout. Needs more extension and elevation, but again, a burly kind of a rascal. This guy right here has the right kind of texture of muscle. Needs to be a little smoother and transition to his full rib better. Wants to pull his hind leg underneath it himself, but that sheep's muscle is right. The sheep's look and quality of skeleton are absolutely awesome. Needs to be opened up. Needs to have more terminal merit, but look is right. This sheep is a practical, productive one that has a beautiful forerib laid into him. Again, maybe just not as unique from a show ring and tangibles aspect, but again, a good sheep to round us out. Congratulate them with a big round of applause. Good set of stock.
Entering the ring now is our natural colored class number 19, our fourth class of those natural colored. These lambs weigh 133 to 140. In the makeup area, we need our fifth class of natural colored, class number 20, 143 to 152 pounds in the makeup area. Placing on class number 3 of our natural colored show, this is class 18 in the book, 118 to 130 pounds. First place and first in Kentucky proud to 149, Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, lamb weighing 125. Second to 141, also second in the Kentucky Proud program, Carly Grant, Bowling Green, a lamb weighing 118. Third place to 162, Ansley Terrell, Paris, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 127. Fourth place to 165, Maddox Trammell, Adolphus. 5 to 159, Hagen Smith, Winchester. 6 to 155, Luke Renfro, Bowling Green. 7th place to 154, Luke Renfro. 8 to 123, Emily Carson, Beattyville. 9 to 121, Lucas Bays, Walton. And 10 to 170, Cheyenne Wilburn, Grayson, Kentucky. Again, in the makeup area, we need natural colored, class number 20, our fifth class of natural colored sheep, 143 to 152 pounds in the makeup area now.
I would say there's just a little bit more variation in this class. In terms of type and kind, with that, I'm a pretty big fan of the sheep that's going to surface for us. Not only is that sheep awesome, from a proportion standpoint, he's sound, he's comfortable in terms of lower skeleton and joint work, and then I get on top of him and I never have to question if he has enough muscularity or not. That's a great way to get us started off. Congratulations to that young man. The sheep that comes out here in 2, bar none, the burliest, the widest, the most opened up, and from a cage and roundness of body standpoint, that thing is burly. He is absolutely massive in terms of his rack, and then his loin and his pin bone are giant as well. Vertically, we're probably just a little bit challenged on that sheep. He's kind of a low rider. He needs to be just a little bit longer necked and have the advantage in terms of extension to get around our class winner. But man, that sheep is burly and opened up and wide. From this thing's full rib back, he could be our class winner, or maybe just from his knee up, because that thing is short bladed, he's shallow, he's high tying and great necked. I get my hands on him and I love the way that he grabs out of the backside of his shoulder. His pin bone is big and opened up. The problem is his shoulder angle is way too vertical for myself, and then as we ask that sheep to go, he gets more upright and over in terms of his knee. He just needs to get out and go with more flex and comfort, but man, that sheep is good. This sheep right here, that look right there, looks like he could be our class winner. High-headed, tall-shouldered, short-bladed, shallow-chested, awesome. And just in terms of silhouette and pattern, we could go off all day about just how unique that sheep is in terms of his look. The problem is coming and going. That sheep is way too narrow in terms of his chest. He needs opened up in terms of his full rib and pin bone. And then for a sheep that I want to label as a look and build sheep, I still think he needs to go just a little better in terms of his hind leg. But man, that is a wild-looking kind of a critter. Sheep that comes out here next, man, that's a big-backed one who's so big-pinned, and I love that sheep as I get right on top of him, because that kind of progression of width and wedge is what I'm all about. Problem is we set that sheep in relation back to his contemporaries. He'll want to separate there in terms of his loin. His underlying quality just isn't my favorite, but man, that sheep sheep has a lot of good and a lot of merit, no doubt. Sheep right here is practical, productive, and smooth in terms of the way that he's assembled. Sound structured, a little rounder, though, out of the top side of his hip, and needs to be burlier about his upper pin bone. This sheep has muscularity and power up high, needs more foot size and feature to match. I read him just a little generic there from the side. This sheep is moderate and opened up and really deep-bodied. To me, just a little deeper chested and a little rounder hipped. That sheep will pull its hind leg underneath of itself, but I like that thing from a depth standpoint. This sheep's more up to code from a touch, tone, and cutability standpoint. For me, his build needs to be just a bit better, especially in terms of his shoulder angle. He wants to rock over in terms of his blade and his knee. Large outline, sound structured, kind of a sheep that comes out here between these two sheep right here. He's the square loin, bigger pinned option. Needs pulled down in his rear rib and his flank. This sheep is the deeper flanked option, who offers just a little bit more lower body balance. He's a bit more concave in terms of his heart and his full rib. But man, great class of sheep. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Again, my hat's off to them.
Now entering the ring, we have our natural colored class number 20. That is our 5th class out of 6 of natural colored. These lambs weigh 143 to 152. Placing on class number 4 of our natural colored lambs, those lambs weighing 133 to 140. First place goes to entry 127, Colin Combs, Taylorsville, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 133. Second place to 126, Reagan Coffey, Harnard, Kentucky, also weighing 133. Third to 143, Emma Hampton, Hanson, Kentucky, and that lamb also weighs 133. Fourth place to entry 153, Cassidy Perkins, Maysville, Kentucky, the lamb weighing 134. Fifth, first in Kentucky Proud to 150, Gracie Medley, Springfield, that lamb weighing 140. Sixth to 169, Kelsey Whaley, Georgetown, Kentucky. Seventh, second Kentucky Proud to 166, Kinja Vargas, Lexington, Kentucky. That lamb weighing 135. Eighth place to 157, Cheyenne Royce, Flemingsburg, Kentucky. 9 to 129, Elijah Cowan, Mayslick, Kentucky. 10 to 172, Maddie Wilkes, Cox's Creek. And 11 to 171, Cheyenne Wilburn, Grayson, Kentucky.
A class that in my mind has a lot of logic, and though there's some differences in terms of what the top 3 bring to the table, I think the sheep that combines the most positive attributes is the young man's weather that's going to surface. That guy is not only the soundest and most accurate in terms of his step off either end of his skeleton, but he's so hydrated and fresh in terms of his skin and his touch. He is high-headed, he runs directly uphill, and then his pin bone's big, his muscularity is more than okay. I like that sheep, and I like him a lot. No doubt, bigger back sheep comes out here in 2, and that sheep has the advantage in terms of squareness of loin. That sheep is giant in terms of foot size and feature, and the young lady gets as much push, embrace, and drive out of that sheep as any of them. And so he is ripped up, he is burly, he is opened up. He's the biggest in terms of his lower crotch and stifle shape. With that being said, he's a little shorter there in terms of his hip and more upright there in terms of his hock. He is just a little rougher in terms of the pattern of his lower shoulder. But man, that sheep on the stand still has the right kind of image. He's big and burly and opened up in terms of his back and pin bone. That sheep right there might be the widest critter that we've seen all day. That thing is opened up in terms of his chest. He has so much spread there in terms of his knee. That thing is round and radical and opened up and wide skeletoned and burly bodied, and then he matches that with just impeccable muscularity up high. What's the problem when we have that much muscularity, though? It's hard to look like just a supermodel there from the side when you're Arnold. That thing is just a little deeper there in terms of his chest. His neck will attach just a little bit lower. He needs more foot size and and feature to truly make it all match. But young lady, that sheep is burly and wide. That is a 55-gallon drum for a rib cage. This sheep is a little smoother and tidier in terms of his look than the one ahead of him. I prefer him in terms of his hind leg. I prefer him in terms of the elevation of his shoulder. As I get on top of him, he's just a little flatter there in terms of his full rib. He's a little rounder loined and needs to be opened up about his pin bone. But that thing has a right kind of look. This thing right here, long-bodied, extended kind of a sheep. Again, I think durability of lower skeleton is actually rather good. I think that sheep's neck and head still read like a show sheep. Just looks like he didn't feed in terms of his lower body. Just looks a little dry and harsh to me. But again, a nice outline, large outline kind of a critter. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Now entering the ring, our final class, our sixth class of natural colored market lambs. This is class 21. These lambs weigh 157 to 164. Placing on class number 5 of our natural colored market lambs, class 20 in the program. First place to entry 130, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 148. Second place to 144, Macy Hazelrig, Ewing, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 152. Third to 151, Ella Myers, Union, Kentucky, that lamb also weighing 152. Fourth, first in Kentucky Proud to 124, Kaylee Carson, Beattyville, Kentucky. And 5, second in a Kentucky Proud program, entry 120, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky. In the makeup area at this time, we need the first, second, and third place animals from the previous 5 classes of natural colored lambs.
Good way to round out our natural colors. And again, we're going to talk a lot about silhouette. We're going to talk a lot about blade length today, and then having the right kind of muscularity up high. This young man brings us one that is awesome just in terms of his silhouette and his proportionality. That thing is awesome. And just in terms of his composition relative to maturity, his forerib is clean and it's tidy. His back is big. His pin bone is large. And then again, he's got the oopty shape. He's bar none the soundest within this class and the most unique in terms of his look. If I get real critical on him, is he just a little rounder to the top side of his hip? Is he just the sappiest flank thing that we've seen all day? No, he's not, but that is a good sheep, no doubt. Congratulations to you. I'll be excited to see you back out here in the drive. Sheep that comes out here in 2, source of power. Widest skeleton, biggest chested, roundest caged individual. That thing is monstrous in terms of upper hip and durability of hind leg. Not as cute, not as tidy in terms of his head and his neck. He looks just a little bit more stale and mature there in terms of the shape of his dome. He maybe wants to get just a little more prominent in terms of the the base of his shoulder and sternum. But again, I do think that sheep is mighty, mighty good. This larger outline sheep that comes out here next projects his neck just right out of the top side of his skeleton. He is beautiful, and just in terms of his loin edge and on the standstill, man, I think he's a contender. We get that guy rocking and rolling and parading around the ring. He'll deepen in terms of his chest. He'll round out of the top side of his hip and subsequently pull his hind leg underneath of himself. He doesn't maintain the same kind of balance in motion that he gives me there on the standstill. This sheep right here, big-legged, really good just in terms of foot circumference, of foot and bone. That guy is long-necked and long-bodied, and those are all good things. While I like that guy just in terms of the shape out of the back of his blade, he needs more pin bone to match it. The front two-thirds of that sheep, he has the right kind of muscularity. He needs more pin bone. He needs more rear rib and flank. That'll allow him to proportion just a little bit better for this judge. But again, a very, very high-quality class. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Again, excited to see those things out in the drive.
Soon as those 4 lambs are weighed back and everything's cleared, we will be showing for champion, reserve champion, and third place natural colored market lamb. If you had a first, second, or third in the market lamb show in the natural colored division, you should be in the makeup area at this time. First, second, or third in your class. Placing on the 6th and final class of natural colored market lambs, first place goes to entry 174, and that was first in the Kentucky Proud program as well. Levi Wolf, DeMossville, Kentucky, lamb weighing 164. Second to 122, Macy Beecraft, Morning View, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 160. Third to 145, Macy Hazelrig, Ewing, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 158. And fourth, second in the Kentucky Proud to 119, Annetta Adair, Henderson, Kentucky, lamb weighing 157.
Man, an absolutely incredible set of blue sheep out here, and I do think that they're very, very representative of just high-quality stock. They're sound down low with the right kind of muscularity and texture up high, and then just a very good front-running lineup of just ultra-shallow sheep that had these show ring intangibles of look and presentation that were absolutely undeniable. I think the backside of the lineup, man, talk about some powerful opened-up kind of critters that are round-caged and big-loined and square in terms of their upper hip. But, I mean, man, a judge judge, at least in my opinion, can't be just any more happy with the lineup than the lineups that we've had today. Again, hats off to the state of Kentucky for having such good stock and having such good kids. Again, going to let you know my thought process because there has been just a few classes. Young man out of Class 1, I thought, man, that sheep was a great way to get our natural started. He is skinny and he is raw and he is ripped up and he looks like the fall is going to be his time. That is a big-legged, sound kind of a critter who is awesome in terms of his upper pin bone. He is shown to the nines. He is sound. He is awesome. He needs a little maturity in terms of his rear rib and his flank, but man, that guy is a bad cat. I thought our Class 2 winner that isn't with us anymore was absolutely awesome. I thought that he was definitely in the mix. And then we get our sheep out here that comes in second. That's a tall-shouldered, short-bladed kind of a critter that is beautiful. And from a build standpoint, that guy has the right kind of vimage there from the side, like our Class 1 winner. We need probably just some time and some calories to smooth from our hip-loin junction, maybe just to drop there in terms of our rear rib and our flank. But man, that's a good sheep. I thought Class 3 was tough because, man, the one that goes second in that class is round-bodied and radical and so opened up and powerful, and it's still really good in terms of her hind leg. It's little nitpicky things that sort that pair. This one up front is an absolute animal there from the side. The short-bladed and shallow-chested as they come, as creasy and ripped up from a muscularity standpoint as we can make them. If we stand directly behind the lineup, we're going to say that volume of muscularity is the most overwhelming on this sheep, or that pin bone is just as outrageous as a couple of these other things? No, we're not. But to me, that is more than enough. I think that sheep is definitely in the hunt. This sheep right here was big-legged, and he's just very hard to poke a hole in, right? He's proportional, he's balanced, he's round caged, he's big-legged, he's high-presented. In motion, his loin isn't perfect. He's just a little deeper, but that sheep has a lot of quality and a lot of good. This sheep is incredibly sound, incredibly burly, and just in terms of his center body, maybe just a little deeper in relation to a couple of the others, but that's a high-tying kind of an individual who's sound and comfortable and fluid in terms of his movement. I would say maybe his chest isn't my speed at all times, but I think that as he gets out and goes, he actually collects it a little better. I think his underline's really good. And then I was really pleasantly surprised with this sheep as we got him back out here in the drive. That sheep is ripped up in terms of his back. He is fresh in terms of his hide. He's short-bladed. He's shallow-chested. He's just a little rounder to the top of his hip. He needs pulled down in terms of his rear rib and flank. That's not the densest rear leg we've seen all day. But again, I think he's big enough pinned. I think he's deep enough flanked. And I do think that he is big enough in terms of his rear leg as we get him back out here. I guess, again, I think there's an outlier. I think it gets deadly close for reserve and third. I'm going to put the mic down. I'm going to get you my champion. I'll take a quick moment to reevaluate for reserve and third, and we'll keep on rocking and rolling. To my crowd, again, we've been real good on the applause. Let's give them another round.
Champion Natural Colored goes to entry number 149 out of class number 18. Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 125, and that was also your Kentucky Proud champion. Reserve champion went to our class winner of class number 20, entry 130, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 148. Third overall went to entry 174 out of class 21, Levi Wolf, de Mossville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 164, and that was your reserve champion, Kentucky Proud, in the natural colored division. In the makeup area, we need to have Oxford's class number 22, class 22 to the makeup area, and also Oxford class number 23 to the makeup area. Class 22 is 120 to 138 pounds. Class 23 is 142 to 159 pounds.
Good way to start off our Oxfords with one who's just absolutely undeniable from a muscularity standpoint and then a proportion standpoint as well. Chest to flank, this one is absolutely unrivaled from a freshness standpoint of back shape, loin edge, and then upper pin bone. This one is unrivaled as well. And then a pencil-necked kind of an individual who still has the advantage in terms of height to shoulder and soundness down low. I'm a big fan of that one to get us kicked off. Bigger legged, stouter featured one comes out here next. That thing is bar none the deepest bodied one that we've seen. And with that being said, one who looks like from a presentation standpoint, it's been taken care of very well. In relation to the sheep ahead of him, while I like that sheep from a two-dimensional standpoint of depth, I need to see that sheep more three-dimensional in terms of his forerib and mid-body. He's thicker in terms of his neck, and then I think his flank wall actually makes him appear even deeper than he naturally is, but he just reads just a little more generic in terms of his look there from the side, not just as aggressive in terms of his muscle, but man, that sheep is big-legged and awesome presented. This sheep right here is intriguing to me. He's really good in terms of his shape and his expression of muscularity up high. He's longer and skinnier in terms of his neck than the one that's going to be here in second, and I actually prefer this ewe lamb in terms of the crease to her lower pin bone and in terms of her lower leg and stifle. I like that ewe in terms of her pin bone. To me, she's just a little rougher there in terms of her pattern. She doesn't blend in terms of her top line nearly good enough. She wants to open at the point of her shoulder and rock forward in her knee at times, but again, I think that sheep is good, just needs a little time to blend in terms of her loin edge and drop at her flank. This sheep becomes right here is smooth, very good just in terms of her top line assembly, the way that she projects her neck out of the top of her shoulder. Needs more terminal merit, needs more punch and more power as that sheep leaves me. That sheep will flatten and collapse in terms of its chest and knee. This sheep has the power and has the muscularity that I'm after, a little low shouldered, a little plain, and a little generic for myself. Wish that sheep had a little extra shot of extension and grow. Again, a very good class. Congratulate those exhibitors with a big round of applause. We continue to roll with high quality stock.
Entering the ring now is class number 2 of our Oxfords. This is class 23 in the catalog, 142 to 159 pounds. Placing on our first class of Oxfords, first went to entry 187, and that's also first in the Kentucky Proud program, Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 133. Second Kentucky Proud to 184, Kinley French, Sharpsburg, Kentucky, lamb weighing 137. Third place to 182, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky, 138 on the weight. And 4 to 179, Kaylee Carson, Beattyville, Kentucky.
very, very high quality sheep to get us started off. And when he came into the ring and the way that he prances around just kind of reminds me of a show pony. He is sound, he is comfortable, he is flexible, and then with that has the muscularity, has the power. There's no need to make an excuse for this sheep. He's just flat good. A very, very good way to get us started off. I do think it gets close between 2 and 3 in a couple of areas. The sheep that's going to come out here in second is bar none in this class the most aggressive in terms of the curl to his back. He is awesome just in terms of his shape up high, and then he emulates my class winner just in terms of underlying quality. I get that guy rocking and rolling forward. He maybe wants to lower at the point of his shoulder. He's maybe not as unique and tidy about the way that he. And then with that, maybe just wants to push up there in terms of his spine. Again, those are being very, very critical of a good sheep. I'm a big fan of that one as well. I would think the major sorting factor between him and the one that comes in third, that sheep is just a little bit leaner. This one right here has some wow factor. That is some spread and some volume and some mass. That thing is really good just in terms of his head carriage. I like that sheep in terms of the coloration of his feature. This guy, though, he's pushing just a little extra chub in that forerib. I want to dial this guy back from a composition standpoint, and then as I get off to this side, he wants to deviate in his loin because he's just a little bit shorter there in terms of his hip, but I like the utilization of his hind leg. I wish he was just a little deeper there in terms of his flank, and I wish that we could dial him back just from a fat cover standpoint. This sheep right here, practical, productive, deep-bodied, just a very, very basic kind of a piece of livestock. For me, he doesn't have the same kind of show ring intangibles. He's not as far-reaching, but there's nothing wrong just with the practicality and productivity that this weather in front of us has. Congratulate those exhibitors with a big round of applause. Big fan of our class winner.
In the makeup area at this time, we need class number 1 of our Shropshire market lambs. Those are class number 24. Class 24 should be in the makeup area. Also, we should have first, second, and third from class number 22, our first class of Oxfords in the makeup area. We're weighing back class 23. Once we finish that, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion and third place animal for the Oxfords. Placing on the second class of Oxford market lambs, this is class number 23. First place, First in Kentucky Proud to 178. Levi Argebright, Brandenburg, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 149. Second in Kentucky Proud to 180. Colin Combs, Taylorsville, Kentucky, lamb weighing 142. Third to 185, Cullen McIntosh, Winchester, Kentucky. And 4 to 337, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky. Now again, we're now showing for champion, reserve champion, and third place for the Oxford market lambs.
Dang good set of Oxfords out here in front of me, and our two class winners are at the forefront of these things. They're quality creatures that differ in terms of what they represent, but both have the right kind of muscularity, look, and build quality. I'm a big fan of the both of them. Gonna let you know my thought process and my mindset. Man, this one that came out of class 1, the ewe lamb, is undeniably the widest skeleton, the roundest body, the most radical in terms of her shape up high. She is big pin. She is tremendous in terms of the oopty shape to her lower leg. Man, I like that ewe value in terms of her balance and proportionality, especially on the standstill. As I get her in motion, she's a little upright in her knee. She kind of wants to pull her hock from directly behind them, and then she'll get just a little quicker in terms of her rear step. But I think that is a quality critter, again, being incredibly critical, because that's what we have to be when we have this caliber of stock out here in front of us. The one that was second in that class was big-legged and snout-featured and really deep-bodied. I like that sheep in terms of its eye channel and head shape. I thought that sheep was maybe just a little plainer in terms of its full rib. I thought that sheep wasn't nearly just as edgy and opened up, but man, that sheep has a lot of good. The sheep that was second in the class, in terms of our second class, man, that guy is ripped up, he is shapely, he is big back, he is awesome just in terms of his underlying quality on the standstill. Again, we get that guy in motion, a little forward up front, maybe wants to push up there in terms of his spine, but man, that sheep has a lot of good from a carcass merit standpoint, and then some show ring intangibles of look and quality as well. This young man's sheep is so sound, he's so comfortable, and then his look there from the side is absolutely undeniable. He's maybe being just a little bit of a knothead right now, but man, that thing is white featured, he is comfortable, he is sound, he is calculated in terms of his movement, and then you don't have to make an excuse for him when you get on top of him. That guy is big and punchy in terms of his muscularity as well. I'm going to put the mic down, I'm going to go get you guys your champions, but these things are good stock. Again, to the people behind me and the people in front of me, please give them a big round of applause.
Champion Oxford goes to our first place out of Class 23, entry 178, Levi Argebright. Brandenburg, Kentucky with a lamb weighing 149. That's also your Kentucky Proud Champion. Reserve Champion to 187 out of Class 22, Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. Lamb weighing 133, and that's your Reserve Champion, Kentucky Proud. Third overall in the Oxfords went to entry 180, Colin Combs, Taylorsville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 142. Now ready for the first class of Shropshires, class number 24. These lambs weigh 93 to 113. In the makeup area, we need class 2 of our Shropshires. That's class 25 in the catalog. These are Shropshire lambs weighing 120 to 130 in the makeup area. Again, in the makeup area, we need our second class of Shropshires, class 25. Those are weighing 120 to 130 to the makeup area. We do want to remind you, if you are done showing and would like to market your lambs, the truck is located out at the loading dock and wash rack area at the south of this pavilion. They are paying $2 a pound based on the catalog weight. And we'd like to take a moment to reintroduce our judge today, Nate Brookshire, originally from Woodland, California. He is now the livestock judging coach and instructor at the University of Illinois, where he's working on his PhD. He became involved showing at the county fair level and now owns and operates BK Livestock. Nate also loves to judge junior livestock events and work with the youth in the agricultural industry. Let's welcome Nate Brookshire to your Kentucky State Fair.
Good way to start off our next division. And then again, we talk about proportions, we talk about balance and body shape all day. And this sheep comes out here, and in my mind, runs away with it. She gaps the remainder of her contemporaries just in terms of being opened up, having the right kind of look there from the side, and then remaining just comfortable in terms of her spine and lower skeleton on she goes. Great way to get us kicked off. Stopped and parked. I love the sheep that comes out here in second. Smooth, deep-bodied kind of a critter with a long, skinny neck. That thing's hind leg works the way in which it needs to. In relation to the sheep ahead of her, not just as burly and opened up about her pin bone, maybe just a little bit narrower in terms of her base width as she leaves me, but that's a nice sheep, no doubt. This sheep that comes out here in 3 initially didn't hit me just as hard as it started to over there on the side. I kind of thought that we were rounding out the class with this one, and then we got ourselves collected. That sheep has some height of shoulder, some length of neck. That thing is really good in terms of its shape and crease out of the backside of its blade. To me, maybe just a little rounder hip, maybe just a little uncoordinated in terms of rear step and movement. But that sheep has some quality that we can feed into it. I think that sheep's better days are definitely ahead of them. This sheep is burly and monstrous in terms of back and pin bone. If we wanted to get behind the lineup and talk about just true width and muscularity, this one might be our class winner. Unfortunately, that muscularity comes at the expense of being just a little awkward built off either end of our skeleton. Again, I think that sheep is really big back though. Congratulations to you.
Coming into the ring is our second class of Shropshires. This is class number 25 in the catalog, 120 to 130 pounds. In the makeup area, we need Shropshires, class number 26. The third class of Shropshires, weighing 135 to 142 in the makeup. Placing on class number 1 of the Shropshire Market Lambs. First place to 208, Hagen Smith of Winchester, Kentucky, lamb weighing 113. Second, first in Kentucky Proud to 350, Laney Williams, Cynthiana, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 93. Third place to 211, Sarah Williams, Cynthiana, Kentucky, lamb weighing 105. And 4 to 200, Brooklyn Miller, Grinnip, Kentucky, lamb weighing 98. Again, in the makeup area, we need class number 26, our third class of Shropshires, weighing 135 to 142 to the makeup.
Good pair of sheep right here. And again, I do think they are very, very contrasting in terms of what they represent. I could totally understand a pair switch if somebody wanted to come up to me and talk about it. But to me, today, all day today, I've stayed together with which is the soundest, coolest looking one that have enough muscularity, that have the right kind of show ring proportionality, that have the right kind of look there from the side. And so to me, between the pair, the more athletic one, the one who's more just unique in terms of pattern and silhouette, is the young man's weather that's going to surface. I love him just in terms of the way that he gets out and goes. I think he's comfortable and sound and flexible. Now, again, in relation to the one that comes out here in 2, he needs to be opened up. He needs to be burlier. This one is absolutely monstrous in terms of cage and back and pin bone. I love that guy in terms of his lower hip and stifle shape. I think he's crazy in terms of his touch. I get that guy going. He wants to open up at the base of his shoulder. He wants to kick up there in terms of his spine. I don't see the same kind of balance in motion, but don't get your head down, buddy. I think that's still a real good sheep. I like that guy pretty good. Lines and levelness and length of hip are things that I like about the sheep that comes out here in 3. That's a white-legged, big-footed kind of a critter. In relation to the 2 ahead of him, a little deeper there in terms of his chest and breastplate. I need to see that sheep bigger in terms of his pin bone as I get directly on him. He wants to flatten in terms of his lower leg and stifle, but I like that sheep's build. I like that sheep's athleticism. Standing still, chest to flank relation here is awesome. Spine carriage is great. They'll get that sheep going. He wants to get just a little quick in terms of his step off either end of his skeleton. Gets a little rounder there in terms of his pin bone. But again, great sheep just from a smoothness standpoint. Sheep that comes out here next, wide as we get on top of him, big in terms of the touch up high. To me, he's a little looser in terms of his hide. His underline needs to be just a little cuter and tidier. I wish that sheep had just a little more elevation up front. This sheep right here, that's a quality critter, a quality market lamb that compositionally is correct for myself. I see that sheep just deviate there in terms of his loin a little bit. I want to see that sheep get out and go with just a little more comfort to rear leg and skeletal quality. But again, I thought that sheep was nice, no doubt. Congratulate all those exhibitors on a great job. Very, very good class.
Now entering the ring is the 3rd class of Shropshire Market Lambs, class 26 in the catalog, 135 to 142 pounds. In the makeup area, we need our 4th and final class of Shropshires, class number 27. Those lambs weigh 146 to 158. To the makeup ring, please. Placing on the second class of Shropshire's, first place goes to entry 205, Wyatt Perkins, Maysville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 124. Second to 193, Ryder Coffee, Harnard, Kentucky, lamb weighing 129. Third place is now 212, and that's first in Kentucky, Proud, Ellie Zabinko, Taylorsville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 122. Fourth is 209, Ansley Terrell, Paris, Kentucky. And 5 is 191, Danny Lynn Kane, Lancaster, Kentucky.
Very, very good class with an absolutely incredible class winner to get us kicked off. This thing, in my mind, absolutely gaps him, and just in terms of underlying quality, shortness of blade and shallowness of chest, and then being crazy creasy just in terms of his back, and then awesome in terms of the progression of his width. Man, I think that guy is real, real good. Now, he is just a little vertical off either end of his skeleton. That's why he's probably not out there balling in the black faces. But man, that thing will look absolutely sporty out here in a drive. I'm excited to see him back out here. I think it does get close between the next two sheep from this guy's full rib back. I'm just a bigger fan of the wider skeleton, rounder bodied sheep who's more expansive up high. He's square loined, he's bigger pinned, he's better in terms of the lower, in terms of his shape down low, and then I like his hind leg. I think he better maintains his spine in motion in relation to the sheep on either side of him. He is just a little more prominent in terms of his chest. Again, I'd never call that sheep off in terms of his balance. Young man does a great job getting that one presented. No doubt, I'm a fan of the one that comes out here in third, white-featured, high-headed, beautiful-bodied kind of a sheep, and just from a body length and proportionality standpoint, and then the young lady gets that thing stuck to the absolute nines. Similar to that of her ewe lamb, this one just doesn't have enough power and punch, but I love that thing's skeletal quality. I wish I could open him up in his chest, give him a bigger back and bigger caboose, and we'd be cooking with grease right there. Young lady does a great job. Young lady that comes out here next with her ewe lamb, that thing is awesome in terms of just spread and volume and mass up high. That's a round-ribbed kind of an individual. Chest-to-flank relation needs to be altered to ball with the ones ahead of him a little deeper and thicker in terms of the girth of our neck. That thing's hind leg will get just a little bit vertical for me, but that's a nice sheep, no doubt. This sheep up high is great. A big, crispy back shape. That thing will tie its neck high to the top side of its skeleton, and I'm actually cool with the way that this thing utilizes its hind leg. This thing, though, is pretty loose in terms of its hide, and as we set this one into motion, that sheep needs altered in terms of his front-end construction. He wants to get real rocked forward in terms of the angle of his blade and knee. He'll get real choppy in terms of his front step, but man, that thing's crispy in terms of his back. He's awesome from a compositional standpoint, just a little loose hide and a little straight up front. This sheep has the right kind of chest width, the right kind of smoothness. I get my hands on that one. Our texture is just a little soft for myself. She's just a little girly in terms of her forerib, maybe not just as athletic and hard and crispy to the touch. That one, to me, is an advantage from a cutability and shape standpoint. To me, didn't have the same kind of look from a show ring aspect, but great class. Congratulate those exhibitors. Awesome class winner.
Our next class to enter the ring is our fourth and final class of Shropshire's, Class 27. These lambs weigh 146 to 158. In the makeup area, we need the first, second, and third place animals of the previous three classes of Shropshire's. Also gathering in that area should be the first class of Southdowns, class number 28, weighing 96 to 112. Placing on class number 3 of our Shropshire Market Lambs, first place to 207, Olivia Simpson, Crittenden, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 140. Second to 194, Colin Combs, Taylorsville, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 135. Third, first in Kentucky, Proud, to Emma Mulligan, Maysville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 135. 4, second in Kentucky, Proud, to 214, Quinn Zinner, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, lamb weighing 142. 5 to 197, Kinley French, Sharpsburg, Kentucky. 6 to 213, Peyton Zinner, Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, And 7 to entry 192, Kaylee Carson, Beattyville, Kentucky.
The last loop there wasn't to decide who was going to be our class winner. It was going to be deciding who was second. This thing comes through the gate and immediately catches my attention, screams the word quality, and then comes out here and puts on a clinic about balance and proportions, puts on a clinic about back shape and the way that it's supposed to progress ahead of a big and broad upper pin bone, and then uniqueness of look and skeletal quality down low. That's a great way to get us started off. I do think it gets incredibly close out here for number 2 because they're different in terms of the way that they get out and they maneuver around the ring. In terms of lower skeleton, this one to me is sounder. He is more flexible in terms of the usage of his hock. He's more correct in the angulation of his shoulder and knee. I like that sheep and the way that he reaches and grabs and goes. That sheep, as I get on top of him, is ultra wide. He's ultra burly. He's so unique in terms of his full rib and his pin bone and then his lower leg shape. To me, though, what's the difference between them structurally? This guy gets a little more discombobulated in terms of his top. And so I think that's maybe just because he's a little bit rounder there in terms of his loin edge. He wants to rise up subsequently, though, in terms of the center portion of his back, but that's a good critter, no doubt. This one right here, wide, opened up, big-chested kind of a cat. That awesome in terms of his lines and his levelness. That's where he has a distinctive advantage over the one that comes in second. He's square-loined and then buried deeper in terms of his spine. I get that guy in comparison, though. He's thicker and shorter in terms of his neck. He's more mature about his head shape, and then I read him in terms of his hock, and I read him in terms of his knee, and though he is fit and presented beautifully, he still is just a little quick in terms of his step. But man, awesome presented, wildly round-bodied kind of a cat right there. Very, very nice kind of a sheep. This one right here, smooth and dimensional in terms of the way that he's awesome and pulled down in terms of his rear rib and his flank. He's gorgeous in terms of his hind leg utilization. He's a little deeper. He's not as shaped up. He is just a little chubby for myself. But again, that sheep has a lot of good and a lot of merit. This one right here is a large outline one who's high in terms of its neck set, extended where he needs to be. To me, I get behind him, needs more terminal merit, needs more punch, needs more crease to his back. But man, that's a good critter, no doubt. Great class. Congratulate those exhibitors. I'm going to be excited to see him back out here.
As soon as we get that top group of 5 weighed back from that last class of Shropshires, we will be selecting champion and reserve champion and third place Shropshire. Again, if we could have not only those first through 3 placings in the previous classes of Shropshires. We also need Class 1 of our Southdowns. That'd be class number 28, Southdown Market Lambs weighing between 96 and 112 to the makeup area now, please. Placing on the final class of Shropshire Market Lambs. These lambs weigh between 146 and 158. First place and first in Kentucky Proud to entry 195, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, lamb weighing 152. Second to 202, Addison Moore, Guston, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 158. Third, second Kentucky Proud to 206, Olivia Simpson, Crittenton, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 146. Fourth place to 198, Kinley French, Sharpsburg, Kentucky. Fifth place to 199, Cullen McIntosh, Winchester, Kentucky.
Shropshire division has been good, and it has been deep, and the quality has been very, very high within the set of them out here in front of us. Again, going to let you know my thought process, but man, I think I've played my cards. You know which ones, in my mind, are at the forefront of things. Class 2 was a challenging class because one of the sheep was so much burlier and rounder and more opened up in terms of his body than the other one. This one, to me, was so much more coordinated in terms of his athleticism and his movement. I thought both of those sheep could have changed for the better off where they corrected each other. They were both really, really good, though. I thought this class was awesome. The second in that class, from his forerib back as an animal, just in terms of loin edge and upper pin bone, his hind leg worked perfectly. And then with that, though, he maybe just got a little deeper there in terms of his chest and lower sternum, maybe just not as unique in terms of his look. Our class winner, the shortest bladed, shallowest chested, thinnest necked one that's out here in this lineup, he is awesome in terms of the way that he progresses, in terms of his width and his wedge as we get on top of him. He is crispy there in terms of his back shape as well. In a perfect world, man, I need to see that guy just a little more comfortable in terms of his knee. I want to see him just a little more flexible there in terms of his hock, but that is a high-end critter, no doubt. This one that came out of our last class, man, I thought the one that was second was as burly and opened up as any of them out here. That thing is round-bodied and big caged and big pinned. Again, that thing's loin and spine and tailhead probably just don't sit in them perfectly. I think if that sheep is just a little bit smoother, we're definitely out here making a big play. This one right here, to me, was just an absolute animal, just in terms of sheer width, sheer power, and then having that kind of look, that kind of silhouette, and that kind of quality there from the side. It's no secret. His hind leg maybe isn't just the longest, loosest striding one that we've ever seen, but again, I think it's more than flexible enough. I think it comes down to this pair right here. This one's skinnier necked and a bit shallower in terms of his chest. This one is so much more powerful, so much more opened up, and I truly believe he's just a little better built off either end of his skeleton. I'm going to put the mic down. I'm going to show you the two that I like. Congratulate these guys with a big round of applause.
Champion Shropshire goes to our heavyweight class winner, entry 195, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, lamb weighing 152, and that's also champion in the Kentucky Proud program. Reserve champion went to our Class 3 winner, Class 26, 135 to 142 pound class, 207, Olivia Simpson, Crittenden, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 140. Third place went to the second place animal out of the heavyweight class, entry 202, Addison Moore, Guston, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 158. Still need to select a Kentucky Proud Reserve champion. So based on that, we need Lainey Williams. We need Ellie Zabinko. We need Emma Mulliken. And we need Olivia Simpson to select a reserve champion, Kentucky Proud Shropshire.
We get out here for our Kentucky Proud Reserve in our Shropshire division. And again, I'm not trying to make it just too quick out here. I do want the kids to know that they have a look and that I do understand the quality of each one of their critters. But it makes it a little easier for myself when I thought one of them was in play to be in the top 3 of the Shropshires. Young man right here is going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
And our reserve champion goes to entry 194 out of the third class of Shropshire's Colin Combs, Taylorsville, Kentucky, lamb weighing 135. Now showing our Southdown Market lambs. In the makeup area, we need class number 29, our second class of Southdown Market lambs, those weighing 118 to 133. Special award for our Southdown Market lambs is presented by Brian Forsey. Forsey Southdowns. It's $100 to the champion Southdown Market lamb, and reserve champion will receive $50 also from Forsey Southdowns.
What an exciting way to start off our Southdowns with one of them that I think that relative to his breed is truly, truly high quality. That thing is sound, he is comfortable, he is aggressive in terms of his look there from the side, and then his muscle tone and texture read more like a blackface sheep than they do a downer. That is a great way to get us kicked off. I'd be excited. I'm excited for you to come back out here in the drive. I do think it gets close between 2 and 3, and ultimately I side with the darker nosed sheep that in my mind has just a little more grow, is just a little more expansive in terms of full rib and cage, and is truly laid in and just a bit neater about her chest. I think this sheep is really unique where she's unique. In terms of her upper body dimension, I think she's awesome caged. I think she's really good in terms of her hind leg utilization. For myself, she's a little open shouldered. She wants to collapse in at her knee, and I want to see that sheep just go out and get out and go with a little more comfort up front. But man, I do think that sheep has some quality. There's a lot that I like about this one. As I get on top of its skeleton, that one's more aggressive from a tone standpoint than the sheep ahead of it. That sheep is big backed and big loined and big pinned, and yet still fuzzy legged, still sound and comfortable in terms of movement. For me, that sheep is a little deeper chested, and then in relation to those ahead of him, a little bit shorter from a verticality standpoint, a little quicker from a maturity standpoint. But that sheep is good, no doubt. Round bodied, wide skeleton, one that has just as much power and product up high as you can ask for one. To me, that one looks just a little bit more U-esque, if you will, in terms of the way she's assembled up front. She is just a little more upright there in terms of her ankle. I wish that you just get out and go with the same kind of comfort, but I love that body shape. I love the width of skeleton. Great class, awesome class winner. I'm pumped up.
Entering the ring now, we have class number 29, our second class of Southdown Market Lambs. These animals weigh 118 to 133. In the makeup area, we need class number 30, our third and final class of Southdown Market Lambs. These lambs weigh 137 to 158. Those should be in the makeup area at this time. Placing on class 1 of our Southdowns, first place to 226, Cullen McIntosh, Winchester, Kentucky, lamb weighing 112, and that is also first place in the Kentucky Proud. Second to 230, Trent Zenner, Frankfort, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 212. Third to 227, Casey Vogt, Butler, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 96. And fourth to 228, J.C. White, Winchester, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 112.
It's not every day that a class walks in the way in which I think it needs to be placed. And again, I want to get the elephant out of the room. I don't think that this sheep, in relation to its contemporaries, is just the most expansive, muscled one that we've seen all day. But that one, in my mind, is just the most unique from a build and balance standpoint. That sheep is the most correct in terms of angularity of skeleton down low. That one is comfortable and sound and has the right kind of look. And then as I get my hands on there, I think shape is still right, even though I'd like to open that one up from a volume standpoint. Young lady, congratulations on your class win. I do think it gets close between 2 and 3 in my mind. To me, the shorter bladed, shallower chested sheep, though, lies in second. That one's more aggressive in terms of tone and texture up high. Square loin, bigger pinned, and better skinned. With that being said, we're probably just a little vertical up front. We're probably just a little tighter in terms of our ankle. We're not just as comfortable and sound as our class winner, but that sheep's muscle texture is awesome. Hydration is very, very good as well. This sheep is probably just a little softer in terms of its body, a little smoother in terms of the way that it's assembled, bigger legged and stouter featured than the one that comes directly in front of it. I like that sheep in terms of its length of neck. To me, maybe just a little more traditional Southdown in terms of chest length and blade length. That thing needs to be altered in terms of just the in terms of just the cover there to its body wall. I want to pick that thing up in terms of its chest and just dial him back from a composition standpoint. But again, a very smooth kind of a sheep. This thing has the boots with the fur, no doubt, and then a beautifully high head carriage. I love this guy just in terms of his head. To me, though, as I get on top of him, I like the shape that we have right here. We need to see more loin. We need to see more pin bone, and then still, I want to see that sheep just a little cuter there in terms of its underline. Great class of Southdowns. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Awesome job.
Entering the ring now is our third and final class of Southdown Market Lambs. These lambs weigh between 137 and 158. In the makeup area, we'll need our class first, second, and third place winners from the first class of Southdowns as well as the second class of Southdowns once they're weighed back, so we can show for champion and reserve champion Southdown. Placing on the second class, first in the show goes to entry 224. Adlin McCarty, Independence, Kentucky, with the lamb weighing 118. That's also first in the Kentucky Proud. Second to 220, Callie Fleming, Winchester, Kentucky, lamb weighing 123, and that was second in the Kentucky Proud. Third to 222, Wyatt King, Glencoe, lamb weighing 129, and forward to 229, Maddie Wilkes, Cox's Creek, lamb weighing 133.
Right after I make a statement that says most sheep don't walk in and the way that they're going to be placed, lightning strikes twice, and then with 2 classes in a row, we have that happen. And I do think the top pair is close. I think the one that comes in second is a challenging animal to place. To me, though, the one that came here today, the most hydrated in terms of back shape, the one who's the squarest loined and the biggest in terms of his upper pin bone, the levelest in terms of his upper pin bone, is the young man that's going to surface. That sheep is sound. He is high caliber in terms of his look, his neck set, and his proportionality are absolutely phenomenal. I think that sheep looks very, very nice. I do think the sheep that comes out here in second is kind of a floater in my mind because he does some things better than my class winner, and then I also think that maybe our third does some things better than him. I like this sheep in terms of just his shape there to his loin. I like this sheep in terms of his elevation up front and the way that he attaches his neck. I think that sheep is awesome in terms of his height to shoulder. As I get my hands on him directly out of the backside of his blade, he's a little peaked in terms of his spine. He isn't just as opened up in terms of his full rib or his heart. As I compare him to the sheep on either side of him, he's not as genuinely shallow in terms of the base of his sternum, but that sheep is high-headed, he's flat-backed, he's square-loined. I like that sheep, no doubt. I made a mistake calling the sheep up front the biggest pin one because this one, bar none, is the powerhouse of the group. That thing is wide and opened up and burly in terms of his width of skeleton. He is big-footed, he is stout, he is round and radical in terms of his rib and his power up high. I like that sheep on the standstill. We get that sheep going. He's maybe just a little short for me. He's a little open at the point of his shoulder, just a little coarse everywhere, if you will. But where that sheep is good, man, he's absolutely incredible. Large outline sheep comes next. Advantage in terms of grow, advantage in terms of extension. This is probably one of the better sheep within a breed drive that we've rounded out with, actually, because his skeleton down low is really nice. His lines are really good. His neck attachment's awesome. To me, he's a little weak pastern. He's frail featured, and then he's not just opened up. He's not just radical in terms of his shape, just a little dehydrated for myself. But again, a sheep that I like a good deal. Congratulations to those 4 exhibitors. Tremendous job.
Placing on the third class of Southdown Market Lambs, first goes to entry 217, Levi Argebright, Brandenburg, Kentucky, with a lamb weighing 137. And that was also first in Kentucky Proud. Second to 219, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 141, also second in the Kentucky Proud. Third to 223, Sarah Grace Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 146. And 4 to 225, Annabeth McCarty, Independence, Kentucky.
Down division, like the remainder of our divisions today that we've had so far, is deep and it's good, and I'm sure that sounds repetitive. I'm sure it sounds like a broken record. I feel bad that I just keep telling you guys that they're so good, but in the same breath, I'm pumped up because your kids, your stock, and the quality of this show are absolutely phenomenal, and I will be so happy to say it every single class and every single drive. These things have been absolutely awesome. Today has been a highlight of the summer so far, and so again, want to just pump up the kids on their hard work. I do think there's a very, very clear-cut winner out here. I think it gets more challenging out here for reserve. I will go and pick my winner. I'll go pick my reserve, give them another look for third, and then get you guys a third selected. But man, I do think the one that wins this is a pretty special kind of a critter.
Champion Southdown goes to 226 out of the lightweight class. Cullen McIntosh, Winchester, Kentucky, a lamb weighing at 112. That was also your Kentucky Proud champion. Reserve champion went to 217 from the heavyweight class. Levi Argebright, Brandenburg, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 137, and that's your reserve Kentucky Proud. Third overall went to the second place animal out of the heavyweight class, 219, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 141. Now in the makeup area, we needed class 31, our first class of Suffolk Market Lambs. Suffolk Market Lambs to the makeup area. Those weigh 97 to 111. Also, we need class 32 to the makeup area. Those Suffolk lambs weighing 133 to 141. Entering the ring is our first class of Suffolk market lambs. These lambs weigh between 97 and 111 pounds. In the makeup area, we need class 2 of our Suffolk market lambs. That's class 32 in the program book. Those lambs weigh 133 to 141. Those should be in the makeup area. Class 2 Suffolk lambs to the makeup. Also in the makeup area at this time, I'd like to have our first class of Blackface Crossbred market lambs. Those lambs weigh between 93 and 103 pounds. That is class 33 in the program book, the first class of Blackface Crossbreds to the makeup area.
Yep, just come up this way. Good class to get our Suffolk division started off with, and I do think the top pair gets close, and I do think it gets challenging for me as I get on top of them, though. This one's more expansive in terms of rib and just bolder in terms of its body dimension. That sheep is square in terms of its loin, and to me, just a little rounder in terms of its body shape and design. I guess in a perfect world, I'd like to level that one out in terms of its dock. That's where I like the one that comes out here in second. Just a really sound, really comfortable kind of a sheep in terms of movement. That sheep is level designed and awesome just in terms of growth and extension with that. Just maybe not as opened up in terms of its full rib, maybe not as overwhelming in terms of its pin bone. Large outlined extended sheep that probably has the advantage just in terms of a weight perspective. That thing is high-headed as well. To me, as I get on top of him, just a little flatter in terms of his body. He's a little skinnier in terms of the way that he's assembled. But again, a high cutability, shapely sheep. Congratulations to the young man in his project.
In the ring, we have our second and final class of the Suffolk market lambs. This is class 32. These lambs weigh between 133 and 141. In the makeup area, we need our first, second, and third place animals from Class 31, our first class of Suffolks, as well as the first class of Blackface Crossbred market lambs. Those lambs are from class number 33, and they weigh 93 to 103 pounds. Those should be in the makeup area as well. Blackface Crossbreds, class 1 to the makeup area.
A quick and a dominant winner in my mind that comes out here unrivaled in terms of presentation. And then, like we talked about in the last class about the basic market lamb fundamentals, this guy takes them and then he crushes them, and then he just comes out here with so much look, so much quality, and then so much skeletal build and assembly. That is a very, very high caliber Suffolk market lamb to get us kicked off. I do think it maybe gets just a shade closer between 2 and 3, but ultimately I'm pretty firm on this one being second. That's a wider skeleton, rounder bodied sheep who rivals my class winner in terms of power, shape, and dimension up high, and then still really big, really broad, and really opened up. And in terms of his pin bone, yeah, maybe not just as unique in terms of underlying quality, maybe not as out there in terms of look, but that's a good sheep with a lot of muscularity. This sheep I love from a look standpoint, smooth made, high tying kind of a sheep who's awesome just in terms of shoulder height and elevation. Get that sheep going though, and he wants to get just a little uncoordinated in terms of hock and rear pastern. I want to knock that sheep down in terms of its spine as we go, but that sheep is presented awesome, high quality critter, no doubt. Congratulations.
Placing on the first class of Suffolks, first place went to 234, Carter Creech, Lancaster, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 97. Second to 237, Bailey Hoskins, Lancaster, lamb weighing 111. And third to 235, Carter Creech, Lancaster, lamb weighing 111. Placing on the second class of Suffolks, first place to 239, Ty Jones, Scottsville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 133. Second place, and that was first in Kentucky Proud. Second to 323, Carrie Wagner, Lexington, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 136, and that was second in Kentucky Proud. Third to 236, Meredith Hampton, Elkton, Kentucky, lamb weighing 141. Now ready to select our champion and reserve champion Suffolk, as well as third place.
really high quality Suffolk division, and though not overwhelming from a numerical standpoint, the quality represented out here is very, very good. The sheep are absolutely awesome. Like I've done all day, these three sheep out here at a Class 1 represent the market fundamentals of production-based livestock that have the right kind of punch and power up high. They have, just an incredibly good amount of just skeletal quality down low. I thought our class winner was just the roundest bodied and most opened up of all three of them. These sheep are maybe just beaten to a little bit of a different drum, if you will, maybe a bit more show ring-esque quality standpoint. I thought our class winner was an undeniably high quality presented creature that had skeletal soundness and then still an undeniable look. Second was big and burly and opened up and wide, just maybe not as unique about their look. And then third in that class was a beautiful presented sheep that needs to be just a little sounder behind and a little looser in terms of its spine. But those were three really good sheep. Going to put the mic down, going to get you guys a top three of them out here, but please give them a big round of applause. They're very, very deserving.
Champion Suffolk goes to entry 239. 239 was Ty Jones, Scottsville, Kentucky, lamb weighing 133, and that's Kentucky Proud Champion. The reserve champion was 323, Carrie Wagner, Lexington, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 136, and that was reserve Kentucky Proud. Third overall goes to 236, Meredith Hampton, Elkton, Kentucky, with a lamb weighing 141. All three coming out of the second class of Suffolk Market Lambs. In the ring, we have our first class of blackface crossbreds. This is class 33 in the catalog, 93 to 103 pounds. In the makeup area, need class number 2 of our blackface crosses. That'd be class number 34 on the program, 104 to 110 pounds in the makeup. Class 2 blackface crossbreds in the makeup area.
an interesting but high quality way to get our crosses started. And with that being said, I think the blue sheep comes out here and offers them the combination of the most positive attributes. That thing is ripped up, she's shallow, she's awesome looking on the standstill, she's high tying and slim necked, and then yet still I read her just from a flesh standpoint to have better days ahead of her. I think she's going to be really, really good later on down the road. I think that's a great way to get us started off. Now, in a perfect world, I want to rock her back about the angle of her blade and her knee. Again, I do think that's getting pretty critical on that sheep. I want to love the sheep that comes out here in two. That thing is big, white-legged, real stout in terms of foot size and feature. I love that thing's head shape. I love the crease there to her back. I think that sheep is really good in so many different ways. I never got a view of that sheep moving. That sheep wants to hunker and pull down. I never got to see that sheep just truly relax in terms of underlying quality. Maybe looks like we're going to be a little deeper there in terms of our chest, maybe a little rounder loined, maybe just a little upright there in terms of our knee. But again, that's being incredibly critical. I think your better days are ahead, not only from a caloric standpoint, but as you guys learn to work together from a maturity standpoint, I think that sheep will do very, very well for you. This thing to me hits me like very, very hard like a ewe lamb should. That thing is a practical, productive, deep-bodied, awesome cage kind of a critter. I guess as I throw her back in a market lamb standpoint, she's not just the biggest in terms of her ankle. She's not as crazy creasy or as uniquely shallow as a couple of these things, but that thing from a basic breeding ewe standpoint or a basic market lamb standpoint is very, very good. Wide, burly, opened up one comes out here next. I love that thing's back. I love its pin bone. I love its lower hip shape. To me, I need to change that one as it goes directly away from me. He'll push out there in terms of his left hock. He's just a little shorter cannoned. To me, maybe just read a little bit quicker in terms of his maturity, but he is undeniable in terms of skeletal width and power up high. Larger outline sheep who's more extended up top. I think that sheep has the definitive advantage in terms of length of back. I like that sheep just in terms of a smoothness, a body type. For me, little deep chest to flank relation, maybe not as unique in terms of our step from behind, but that sheep has just a lot of good from a practicality and productivity standpoint. Big, burly backed kind of a sheep right here. Again, big pin, big legged kind of an individual. Needs to go a little sounder off either end of its skeleton. Sound kind of a critter, needs more terminal mass, needs to be just a little bit more unique from a show ring aspect. But young buddy, you took a little fall over there, you came back out here, you smiled. That's what it's all about, showing livestock. Congratulations to them. Big round of applause for them.
Entering the ring now is our second class of black-face crossbreds, class number 34. Those lambs weigh 104 to 110. In the makeup area, I need class number 35, the third class of black-face crosses, weighing 113 to 120 to the makeup. Placing on the first class of black-face crossbreds, first place goes to entry 139, Elizabeth Frame, Caneyville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 93 pounds, and that's first in Kentucky Proud. Second place to 42, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky, lamb weighing 99 pounds, that's second in the Kentucky Proud program. Third to 300, Jefferson Oldfield, Sharpsburg, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 103. 4 to 243, Charlie Berry, Flemingsburg, Kentucky. 5 to 253, Alexis Christensen, Lexington, Kentucky. 6 to 312, Katrina Shea, Baghdad. And 7 to entry 278, Silas Hahn, Lancaster, Kentucky.
Real good sheep to get us kicked off. Short-bladed, man, and then with that, she is so good just in terms of her presentation, her skin, her hydration, her back shape, her loin and upper pin bone are absolutely fantastic. She's the soundest and most comfortable in terms of her hind leg utilization. She's the smoothest in terms of her look there from the side. Again, in a perfect world, her knees rock back ever so slightly, but man, I think that thing absolutely daylights him out here. Congratulations to you. Great way to get cut off a class. I think it does get just a bit more challenging between the two remaining sheep for second and third. To me, I side with the sheep that has just a little more intensity from a skull standpoint. I like that sheep better in terms of that sheep's rear hind leg utilization. I like that sheep's cage, and then the power and the spread that I think that sheep can truly work up high. Now, with that being said, that sheep needs some caloric intake to truly blend that thing's spine back to its loin just a little bit better. I do read that as just being really skinny and really, really immature, though. Congratulations to that sheep. This sheep right here is unique because that thing is tall fronted, shapely in terms of its back. That thing's underline runs the right kind of way. But when I set that sheep into motion, he'll pull down in terms of his dock. He'll want to push his hind leg underneath of himself. And for this stage of the game, he's pretty weak pasture. And so we're going to have to make sure that we manage that. But dang, I think that sheep's front 2/3 of its body are pretty special, pretty unique. This sheep right here has big muscles, big power up high. I like that thing from a pin bone aspect. A little deeper, a little straighter, but man, muscularity there is on point. This sheep has just basic build to the T. That thing is sound and comfortable and loose jointed. Just a very, very nice sheep in that regard. But with that being said, he's unshorn. He may be just a little flatter there in terms of his body wall. He is just one of the skinnier sheep that we've seen so far. This sheep is beautiful skinned and hided. I like that sheep's elevation and extension. I love the big legs. To me, that sheep is really closed off in terms of its chest and knee and just a little more vertical off either end of its skeleton. But I do think that thing is awesome skinned and really, really shallow. Congratulations to you. Big, bold, burly cage right here needs to go just a little sounder off either end. This sheep is really sound. Again, just need to open that one up and give him just a little bit more terminal merit. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Again, really, really good class.
Entering the ring is class number 3 of our Blackface Crossbreds, class 35 in the catalog. These lambs weigh 113 to 120. In the makeup area, I need class number 4 of the Blackface Crossbreds. That's class 36 in the catalog, 122 to 130 pounds in the makeup area. Class 4. Results from our second class of Blackface Crossbred Market Lambs. First to 270, Lane Hack, Wilmore, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 107. Second place to 313, Zoe Simpson, Lexington, that lamb weighing 105. Third, First in Kentucky Proud to 322, Casey Vogt, Butler, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 106. Fourth place to 294, Bella Mims, Nicholasville. 5 to entry 320, Roy Utley, Olive Hill. 6 to 327, Wyatt Wilkes, Cox's Creek. 7 to 280, Micah Horn, Louisa, Kentucky. And 8 to 277, Silas Hahn, Lancaster, Kentucky. Again, in the ring, we have class 3 of our Blackface Crossbreds. These lambs weigh between 113 and 120. In the makeup area, we need class 4, class 36 in the catalog, 122 to 130 pound lambs in the makeup area. Blackface crosses the 4th class of those, class 36 in the program booklet. Those lambs weighing 122 to 130 in the makeup area.
Man, young lady brings us a ewe lamb that's going to be labeled as a class winner in a very, very good class, and that thing absolutely is a screamer, if you will. That thing's skeletal build down low. That thing's look, her body design, and then her stoutness, her width of skeleton are all very, very good. The young lady has shown some sheep that I thought were very unique in terms of their look. Didn't have enough power all day. This thing has enough power, and then she has that look. She has that quality down low. Again, shown to the absolute nines. That thing is a bad, bad cat. Congratulations to you. Incredible way to start off our class with a win. This young lady that comes out here in two brings us one that is 80 foot wide. That thing is giant chested, big hipped, and then that thing is bar none. A big backed, square loined individual with giant, beautiful white legs. Unfortunately, a little deeper and a little plainer in terms of, in relation to our class winner. Maybe just not as youthful in terms of our front end assembly, but man, that thing is good. I thought power separated 3 and 4. Big backed, square loined, big pinned individuals just a little bit better in terms of his underlying quality. With that being said, doesn't have the same kind of overwhelming foot size and feature as those ahead of him. To me, I read him just a little conventional off either end of his skeleton, but that's a nice sheep that runs directly uphill and has some muscularity. This sheep has the big legs, has the long neck, and while I like that sheep from an attractiveness standpoint, that sheep for me is just a little plainer in terms of the base of its sternum. That sheep is a little dry in terms of its flank. As I get on top of him, I wish that sheep had just a little bit more muscularity, but that's a nice one, no doubt. Thin skin, big back, big pinned one comes out here next. To me, just a little straight. To me, especially in terms of its front angle, that thing wants to get pretty tiptoey up front. But man, sheep does have just an overwhelming amount of true shape and power working out of the top side of that thing. Skeleton, wide, burly, opened up kind of an individual that has incredible skeletal width. Again, really quick in terms of our step, a little quicker in terms of our maturity pattern. I want to see that sheep with more growth and elevation. This thing has a lot of growth and elevation, needs to be opened up in terms of its body and width and dimension, but that sheep, again, has the advantage in terms of extension, practical, productive kind of a market lamb with a fundamentally beautiful kind of a hind leg. To me, that sheep, again, just needs to be a little bit cuter in terms of its dock. I wish that sheep was more three-dimensional in terms of its rib. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Again, very nice job.
Next entering the ring is our fourth class of black-face crossbreds. This is class 36. These lambs weigh between 122 and 130 pounds. Placing on the third class of blackface crossbred market lambs, first place goes to 297 Emma Mulliken, Maysville, Kentucky, lamb weighing 115. Second place, first in Kentucky Proud, to 203 Addison Moore, Guston, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 113. Third place to 282 Abigail Johnson, Lexington, that lamb weighing 114. Fourth place, second Kentucky Proud, to 303 Finley Paul, Lexington, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 119. Fifth to 311 Christina Shea, Baghdad, Kentucky. Sixth place to 274 Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown. 7 to 306 Larkin Romines, Lexington. And eighth place to 238 Carter Hoskins, Lancaster, Kentucky. In the ring, we have our fourth class of blackface crossbreds. That's class 36. These lambs weigh 122 to 130. In the makeup area, we need the fifth class of blackface crossbreds. That would be class number 37, 131 to 137 pounds to the makeup area.
high rent pair of sheep that come out and surface right here, and they are different in terms of what they represent. To me, the athlete of the pair is the young man's big-legged, stout-featured one that comes out here. He's the most coordinated and calculated in terms of the angularity off either end of his skeleton. He is the most unique in terms of his length of stride, and then as I get off to the side of him, he is taller at the point of his shoulder, shorter in terms of his breastplate and chest floor, and then with that, has the right kind of muscularity and power there up top. I like that sheep, and I like him pretty good. No doubt the better skinned sheep comes out here in two. That guy is the wide, burly, opened up one. He is so radical in terms of his back shape. His pin bone is monstrous. He is the whitest skeleton one out of this group. And then with that, he's, from a presentation standpoint, absolutely phenomenal. In relation to my class winner, he's a little deeper there in terms of his chest. He's a little quicker in terms of the step of his front skeleton. He's a little sharper there in terms of his hock. That sheep is real good. I'm excited to see that pair come back out here. Those are two very, very high quality critters. I think it gets a little bit more challenging as we continue to move on down the line. This sheep blends the right kind of muscularity while still having some proportion and some balance. Is his spine into his loin and upper pin bone right? No, it's not, but that sheep still has some power. I like that about him. I think this sheep right here has some build quality, some soundness and down low, and then with that maintains some spine, some length of spine, maintains that thing in terms of levelness of top line, not the same kind of punch, not the same kind of power. This guy right here is great skinned. To me, that sheep wants to be a show sheep there from the side. He needs to drop down in terms of his flank. He gets just a little bit off balance in terms of his underline, and then with that, when I get my hands on his loin, he needs to be square and more opened up there. Big burly backed one comes right here. To me, I need to see that sheep just laid in neater about the point of its shoulder. That sheep wants to run downhill ever so slightly and doesn't give me the same kind of balance. This guy's opened up wide and burly, needs to go just a little better off either end of his skeleton. This guy to me is just a little more conventional in terms of his dock, but his chest plate's pushed up in him. He's deep back through his rear rib and flank. I just want to see that guy just better in terms of his hip and hind leg utilization. This guy right here, again, practical, productive, smooth, round-bodied kind of a critter to me. He needs a few more of those show ring intangibles to be labeled next level. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Great job.
Entering the ring at this time is class number 37. Class 37 is our fifth class of black-faced market lambs. These lambs weigh between 131 and 137. In the makeup area, we need class number 38. Class 38, 138 to 145 pound black-faced crossbreds to the makeup area, please. Placing on the fourth class of market lambs for the black-faced crossbreds, first place goes to entry 285, Manny Kinman, Burlington, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 129. Second place to 283, Ty Jones, Scottsville, a lamb weighing 123. Third place, first in Kentucky Proud to 275, Sawyer Hagerman, Georgetown, Kentucky, that lamb weighing 129. Second in Kentucky Proud to 310, Christina Shea, Baghdad, that lamb weighing 130. Fifth place to 304, Luke Renfro, Bowling Green. Sixth place to 267, Elizabeth Frame, Caneyville. Seventh place to 291, Emma McMurtry, Bowling Green. Eighth place to 293, Micah McMurtry, Bowling Green. And ninth place to 287, Autumn Maynard, Mayslick, Kentucky.
Man, this is a very, very high caliber, high quality kind of a critter. And when you come to the state fair and you bring one like this, that's built like that and looks like that there from the side, man, you're probably going to have a good day if you come and you show to me. This thing right here is absolutely undeniable in terms of his look and his underline. He is big and fat in terms of his leg. That thing is awesome just in terms of his presentation. And then with that, that guy has the right kind of muscularity. He has the right kind of back shape and tone up high. Young lady comes out here and does just an absolutely incredible job of getting that guy presented. Congratulations to you, buddy. I feel so bad for you. You've come in second a lot today, and with that being said, I really like your sheep. That's a wide, opened up individual. He's bigger pinned. He's bigger backed than the one that's going to win. I think that guy, from a presentation standpoint, is beautiful. His skin is very, very thin. His hide is hydrated. His loin is awesome. He is just a little quicker in terms of his step off either end of his skeleton. He's more vertical up front. That's being very, very critical. That's a good sheep, no doubt. Congratulations to you. I think the next three of them get challenging because there's some differences from a muscularity standpoint, and then there's some big differences from a look standpoint. This guy remains the most calculated in terms of his movement, his spine carriage, and then length of hip as I keep comparing back to the remaining three in the top five. So therefore, he lands himself in third. Is he just as unique in terms of his foot size as those ahead of him? No. Is he just as overwhelming in terms of his pin bone? No, he's not. But that's a good piece of livestock right there, regardless. Again, ended up in a very, very tough class. Maybe the biggest pin one comes out here in 4, and man, that guy's got a big oopty shape to his lower rump, and with that, his back is monstrous. With that being said, he's just a little rounder to the top side of his hip. Muscle shape is typically round, and subsequently, he's just a little rounder to the top of his hip. He's a little more prominent to the base of his shoulder. He's not as unique in terms of his look as those ahead of him, but man, that's a big muscled kind of a sheep. Kind of a tweener between 3 and 4 comes out here next. I like this guy in terms of his depth. I like his skin. I like his tone and texture and his hydration. To me, he's a little bit full, and with that, he'll just rise up there in terms of his spine. He's a little deeper there in terms of his chest, not as square there in terms of his loin, but an awesome presented kind of a critter. Big back, big individual comes out here next. Needs to be sounder and square, leaving me. Practical, productive, smooth-bodied one comes out here next. Needs a shot more look and a shot more grow. This guy's big and shapely and aggressive in terms of the touch out of the back of his shoulder. Needs to be square, loin bigger, pinned. But man, I thought that sheep was good in a couple places. This guy right here is bold in terms of, she's bold in terms of her forerib opened up through the center portion of her rib. For myself, Market Lamb needs to be just a little trimmer than that, a little more athletic in terms of the way that they're assembled. Great class, fantastic top pair of sheep right there. Congratulate him with a big round of applause.
Entering the ring now is class number 38, Blackface Crossbreds weighing between 138 and 145. In the makeup area, I need class number 39, class 39, 147 to 152 Blackface Crossbred lambs to the makeup area. Placing on the class of Blackface Crossbreds weighing 131 to 137, which would have been class number 37. First place to entry 82, Emma Mullican, Maysville, with a lamb weighing 137. Second place, first in Kentucky Proud, to 284, Ty Jones, Scottsville, a lamb weighing 131 pounds. Third, Second Kentucky Proud to 269, Kinley French, Sharpsburg, lamb weighing 131. Fourth place is now 266, Callie Fleming, Winchester. Fifth place is 245, Riley Berry, Flemingsburg. Sixth place to 251, Heidi Castle, Winchester. 7 to 307, Garrett Rouse, Cox's Creek. And eighth place to 308, Cheyenne Royce, Flemingsburg. Again, if you have finished showing and would like to market your lambs, the truck is here. It's out at the loading dock at the south end at the wash rack and loading dock area. They are paying $2 a pound based on the weight that's listed in the catalog. Final call to the makeup area, class number 39, our 7th class of black-faced crossbreds, those weighing 147 to 152 should be in the makeup area. Final call.
Man, just an absolutely incredible day that we've had today, and our crossbred division is just one after the other. And man, these things are incredibly, incredibly good. This one right here, bar none the soundest, the most unique in terms of its look. This is the sheep for me that I don't have to make an excuse for from a muscularity standpoint, a look, or balance, or body shape standpoint, where the other ones where I like parts and pieces, they maybe just need to be altered in a spot or two. This guy becomes the outlier. He's the athlete, he's the bodybuilder, and then he's the supermodel there from the side. That's a very, very high caliber kind of a critter to come out there and be your class winner. I think it gets really, really challenging between the next three of them because they all have differences in terms of what they represent. To me, the next one who's the leanest and the meanest in terms of his full rib shape, the one who's just as raw and aggressive in terms of the way that he grabs out of the backside of his shoulder, who's squarer loin than even that of my class winner and big and broad about his upper pin, is the young man sheep that's going to come out here in two. He's still youthful and juvenile about his head. head and his neck. I like that guy just in terms of the way that he motors and goes around the ring in relation to those behind him. Now, is he just the perfect one in terms of just being really deep and soggy through his rear rib? Is he just perfectly flat-shouldered? No, he's not, but that's a good critter. Young lady, when you do that right there, that's about as good of a look as that sheep as we're going to get, because that thing is big and bubbly in terms of his lower leg. That thing is wild in terms of his look. On the standstill, man, that's an absolute player in my mind. That is a long neck, big backed, creasy made kind of an individual with the right kind of underline. And then while on the stand, I like him in terms of his angles. With that being said, though, I get him in the motion. He wants to pull drop down in terms of his loin and kick up there in terms of his spine. He has just a little bit of extra set there to his hock. You landed in an incredibly challenging class. I would say there's multiple classes where I'd be pumped up to have had that guy as a class winner. This guy right here is as big and opened up in terms of his loin as any of them. His knee is rock backed in there into him. He is round and radical and opened up in terms of his body shape. For me, he's just a little low to the ground. He's a little deeper there in terms of his chest and a little rounder to the top side of his hip. But man, that is a powerful, grizzed up kind of an individual that is presented to the absolute nines. Buddy, you did a nice job. Wildly good looking kind of a ewe lamb that's long and level and extended. That thing is beautiful in terms of her hip length and so sound and comfortable. Again, show that thing to me in a ewe show and I think we might get along. That thing to me needs to be opened up and more powered up there from behind in relation to those ahead of them. This sheep right here has a really unique kind of a neck set and head carriage. I like this sheep, and the shape that he works out of the backside of his blade has a little too much set to his hock, and subsequently he'll pull it underneath of himself and doesn't maintain the same kind of top line assembly and balance. This sheep right here has big, beautiful legs of an awesome kind of a skin tone and texture in relation to those ahead of him. He doesn't have the same kind of lower leg shape. He, to me, is just a little bit pushy in terms of his left hind leg. I thought, though, a very, very nice sheep to come out here. The sheep that comes out here next, round and radical and robust in terms of the center portion of his body, maybe just a little bit more upright there in terms of his ankle. He's not as unique in terms of his look through the front third of his skeleton, but man, that guy was shapely and grizzed up. Burly right here. This guy, though, needs to be just a little bit more unique in terms of his outline. This sheep right here is tremendous. Again, from just a roundness of rib and practicality and productivity standpoint, pushing a little bit of bark for myself. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Great class winner. I'm so excited to see a division of them out here. I'm excited to see the next class.
Entering the ring is class number 7 of our Blackface Crossbreds. These lambs are class number 39. They weigh between 147 and 152. In the makeup, we need class number 8. Our 8th class of Blackface Crossbreds, class number 40. These lambs weigh 156 to 173 to the makeup area. Class 40, our 8th and final class of Blackface Crossbreds to the makeup area. Placing on the 6th class of Blackface Crossbreds, first place goes to 60, Izzy Godman, Brooksville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 141. Second place to 47, Colin Combs, Taylorsville, a lamb weighing 144. Third place to 75, Morgan Lawson, Maysville, a lamb weighing 138. Fourth place to 248, Cayston Caldwell, Butler. Fifth place to 163, Lily Terrell of Paris. Sixth place to 319, Hayden Turner of Falmouth. 7, first in Kentucky proud to 289, Deacon McIntosh, Winchester, lamb weighing 138. 8, second in Kentucky proud to 250, Bailey Campbell, Science Hill, Kentucky, lamb weighing 139. 9 to 351, Ellie Zabinko, Taylorsville. And 10th place to 252, Alicia Cecil, Burlington, Kentucky.
Good class of sheep out here, and with that being said, I do think the one that surfaces does so in my mind rather handily. He's the proportional, balanced sheep that has just a ton of muscularity and punch and power up high. With that, I do think that he's awesome just in terms of his head carriage. That's a massive legged, big white featured kind of an individual who's awesome just in terms of the circumference of foot and bone. Now, I guess in just a truly perfect world, I want to see him utilize his hind leg just a little bit better. He gets just a little quicker and choppier. Looks like he maybe sustained just a little bit of an injury there, but man, I do think there's a lot of good in that sheep. Sheep that's going to come out here in 2, wide skeleton, burly made kind of an individual who is massive in terms of the top side of his skeleton, gigundous in terms of his pin bone. I like that guy in terms of his proportions. I guess in relation to the sheep that's going to surface, he's just a little more mature about his head and his neck. He's a little shorter there in terms of his rump, and maybe just not as just overwhelming in terms of his look there from the side, but that is a very, very nice sheep with a lot of muscularity. Wide-chested, wide skeleton, round-caged individual comes out here in 3. Love him in terms of his depth of body. But while I like that guy just in terms of just his mass and his power, he's a little deeper there in terms of his chest. He's, of the initial 3, the roundest in terms of his upper pin bone. To me, I just read him a little staler in terms of his touch. I think 4 and 5 get a little bit more challenging. This sheep, to me, is a bit more angular off either end of his skeleton and more accurate there in terms of his step. I think that sheep is just a little better in terms of his chest-to-flank relation, especially from a balance and perspective. But with that, I thought maybe just a little plainer in terms of our loin edge, not as hard and crispy and aggressive in terms of our shape. Great skin kind of a sheep that comes out here next. I love this guy just in terms of how shapely he is in terms of his back. That's a high-headed kind of an individual with the right kind of elevation up front. I get behind him. Need to open him up in his loin and pin bone. Then I set him in motion. I want to just reconstruct him in terms of his underline. But again, a very hydrated kind of a sheep in terms of his back. I like that guy in terms of his skin. Big outline kind of a sheep that has the added extension. Need to man that thing up in terms of forearm and mid-body. This guy's got all the manliness in the world. Need to see him go just a little bit sounder off either end of his skeleton. This thing right here, again, has the depth, has the roundness of rib. Want to free that guy up in terms of some flesh. But very, very nice class. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Again, tremendous job.
Placing on the 7th class of Blackface Crossbreds, first place goes to entry 52, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, the lamb weighing 147. Second place to 249, Cayston Caldwell, Butler, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 150. Third to 279, Macy Hazelrig of Ewing, Kentucky, with a lamb weighing 151. Fourth place to 324, Kelsey Whaley, Georgetown, Kentucky. 5 to 254, Reagan Coffey of Harnard. 6 to 247, Sydney Brown, Grinnip. 7 to 246, Sawyer Brown, Grinnip. And 8th, first in Kentucky Proud to 309, Cadence Ryan, Butler, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 148.
Good set of sheep out here, and three sheep out in front of me, and 3 of them that have some class-leading advantages and some differences. To me, the one who still looks the most like a show sheep from the side is the young lady who's going to surface. That thing is sound and comfortable, especially in terms of his hind leg build. That guy is the most unique and dynamic in terms of his underlying quality. And then Noah, he isn't just the genuine source of power within this class. He's got more than enough muscularity. He's big-backed, he's big-ended. Great way to get us started off, no doubt. I do think it gets rather close between the next 2 that come out. This guy that's going to be second is the wider skeleton, rounder cage sheep. In comparison to either of the sheep, both in front of him and behind him. With that, I love his power and I love his turn to his upper body. He needs to be just a little squarer in terms of his hind leg utilization, a little more flexible. To me, he's just a little bit lower in terms of the base of his shoulder, but a big powered up kind of a sheep. This sheep is really good in terms of his neck attachment. Again, I prefer this sheep just in terms of the way that he utilizes his front skeleton. For me, though, in relation to the other three, he's the most concave in terms of his pin bone and loin. As I study that sheep as he goes directly away from me, I need to bust him open and give him just a little more clearance in terms of his hock, but a very, very high quality set of the sheep out here. Congratulations to those three exhibitors.
As soon as we get those lambs weighed back, we'll come in to show for champion, reserve champion, and third place Blackface Cross. If you had a first or second place animal from the previous 7, now 8 classes in the Blackface Crosses, you need to be in the makeup area at this time. If you had a first, second, or third in any of the 8 Blackface Crossbred classes, you need to be in the makeup area at this time. Placing on the class of Blackface Crosses in the 8th class, first to 290, Emma McMurtry, Bowling Green, with a lamb that weighed 173. Second place to 292, Micah McMurtry, Bowling Green, a lamb weighing 168. And third, first in Kentucky Proud to entry 276, Meredith Hampton, Elkton. That lamb weighed 156. Now in the makeup area, we need Whiteface Crossbreds in class number 41, the first class of Whiteface Crossbreds weighing 95 to 119 to the makeup area. We also want to remind exhibitors, if you had a first or second in the Kentucky Proud in the Blackface Crossbreds, we'd like you to be in the makeup area as well if you're not already out in the ring.
crazy, crazy high quality set of these critters out here right now. And let me just tell you, as a judge, this is what we dream of, is to come out here and have a lineup in front of us that is this good, that is this deep, that is this loaded with quality, all the way from our first class all the way to the last one. There's sheep out here, there's sheep back in the barn that were not represented in the Crossbred drive that are incredibly, incredibly good critters. And so, again, if today didn't go your way, chin up, chest out, realize that your contemporaries are out here and they have an incredibly good set of stock. I understand there's some differences in terms of type and kind out here. Some of them are a bit more muscular. Some of them, in my mind, are maybe just a little bit more unique in terms of their look. Some of them are assembled just a little bit different from one another. I think these things are all very, very good, though, and I think, maybe if a different guy has the mic in his hand, they could go a couple of different ways. I guess I'm just happy that the mic is in my hand, because this is truly what dreams are made of. Each division has been awesome, and I realize we still have the crosses to go. I'm going to let you guys know my kind of thought process, the way that I'm thinking about this deal right now. There's 4 of them that I think are in contention for the top 3 spot, and they're very, very good. The first one in my mind is this young man right here. That thing is real sound in terms of his hind leg. He is big pinned. He is up fronted. He is tall shouldered. He is high in terms of his head and the way that it attaches. Honestly, he is one of the 2 better loin sheep of the of the 4 that are going to be within us. And that sheep, to me, is very, very good. I guess my question on him at times is his necktie just a little low at the base of his shoulder? Is he just the most unique in terms of the flatness of his blade? I think he's more than flat enough. I think he ties more than high enough. But again, that's being incredibly, incredibly critical of a very, very good one. Young lady right here has shown us a plethora of high-quality ones. This guy is sound. He might be the biggest in terms of his foot size and feature of any of them. He ties his neck perfectly high out of the top side of his blade. He is unique in terms of his look. I guess as I get on top of him, is his loin, is his pin bone just big enough? Is it just opened up enough? That becomes my question. But man, that is an outlier of a creature right there. This one right here that comes out of this next class, talk about just being picturesque from the side, really round, really robust, really opened up in terms of his cage. I think this is, again, one of the sounder sheep that we've seen, and then with that, one of the more unique ones just in terms of head carriage, muscularity, and tandem with just being really opened up. Is he just the world's creasiest individual? No, he's not, but I think he's more than creasy enough. Is he just the world's most square in terms of his loin? No, but it's big and it's still there. I think that sheep is very, very good. This guy right here, he's kind of a monster out here just from a muscularity standpoint. He is so wide, he is so opened up, he is so burly. That guy, in terms of his touch right here out of the back of his shoulder and into his loin, is absolutely unrivaled. With that being said, of the initial 4 that we've talked about, is he one of the deeper chested? Yes. Is he maybe just one of the more vertical in terms of his hind leg utilization? Yes, he is as well. And so stopped and parked, I'm a big, big fan of that sheep. Does he have just the extra intangibles that a couple of these other things do? Man, it's an incredibly, incredibly tough division out here. I hope you know that I truly put my best evaluation on when sorting it. I think these sheep out here are incredible. Congratulate these kids with a big, big round of applause. Let's get you a top 3.
We now need to select a Kentucky Proud champion and reserve champion. Our champion overall in the Blackface Crossbreds went to entry 60 out of class number 6. Izzy Godman, Brooksville, 141-pound lamb. Reserve came out of class number 4, entry 285, Manny Kinman, Burlington, a lamb weighing 129. And third came out of class number 7, entry 52, Clark Coyle, Danville, a lamb weighing 147. For our Kentucky Proud champion in reserve in Class 1, Beth Frame and Lucas Campbell. Class 2, Casey Vogt. Class 3, Addison Moore and Finley Paul. Class 4, Sawyer Hagerman and Christina Shea. Class 5, Ty Jones and Kinley French. Class 6, Deacon McIntosh and Bailey Campbell. Class 7, Cadence Ryan, and Class 8, Meredith Hampton.
Kentucky Proud set of sheep out here is very, very good as well. And again, something to be really, really proud of. Again, not to take anything away from it or take any less time on that drive. But again, it gets really easy to go and bout and pick one when you thought one of them was still in the running as in the overall drive. And so, again, I can't wait to go out here and show you my two favorites out of the Crossbred division for your Kentucky Proud. Congratulate them again with a big round of applause. Great set of sheep.
Our Kentucky Proud champion and reserve champion both came from the same class. That's class number 5. Champion went to 284, Ty Jones, Scottsville, lamb weighing 131. Reserve champion, Kentucky Proud, to 269, Kinley French, Sharpsburg, also 131 pounds. Now ready to move into our Whiteface crosses. In the ring, we need class number 1, class 1, which is class 41 in the catalog. These are Whiteface crossbreds weighing 95 to 119 pounds. In the makeup area, we need lambs in class number 2, which is 42 in the catalog. Those lambs weigh 125 to 135 in the Whiteface crossbreds. Class 2, cataloged class 42, 125 to 135 pound Whiteface crossbreds.
It is so fun to go from breed to breed and never skip a beat, never miss a mark. These sheep out here in front of me are high quality, they're high end. The top pair of ewe lambs are very, very good in my mind. I guess on the standstill, this one to me is just so much more captivating in terms of the way that she's assembled through the front portion of her skeleton. She's deeper back through her rear rib and flank. Then as I get my hands on her, she is just as aggressive and just as free of flesh as any of them in here. She is awesome in terms of her touch and her tone up high. This one that comes out here in two, swoopy in terms of her underline, high-headed. I actually really prefer this way, though this one is just designed in terms of her top line, especially on the standstill. I guess as I get her into motion, she'll hit the ground just a little hard in terms of her hock and rear foot. She doesn't want to maintain the same kind of spine assembly in motion, but that is a big-backed kind of an individual who I think has the right kind of dynamic look there from the side. Young lady's ewe right here has a kind of a cocky arrogance to her. That thing is big-legged, stout-featured, high-headed, and unique in terms of her neck attachment and assembly. She does need to be better in terms of her loin. She needs to be leveled out of her hip. She is just a little plain in terms of her touch, but that's a nice sheep, no doubt, with a really high-quality look. Big back, big-ended kind of a critter right here that's just a little deep and a little rougher pattern for myself. I like the muscularity, want to see that thing do just a little bit more unique. This thing is unique in terms of its look. High-headed, extended, long-bodied, tall-fronted. That thing needs yanked down in terms of its rear rib, and its flank needs to be flattened, and in terms of its loin and intensified from a terminal merit aspect, but that thing is a good critter too. This one, basic kind of a market lamb, sound and comfortable in terms of rear movement, especially in terms of hind leg utilization. To me, that thing needs to be just a little further reaching from a show ring aspect. Need to intensify that one, and from a feature standpoint, young lady does a great job getting that one shown though. Congratulate them with a big round of applause. Great way to start off our white-faced crosses.
Entering the ring, we have Class 2 of our white-faced crossbreds. These lambs weigh between 125 and 135. In the makeup area, we need class number 43, the third class of white-faced crossbreds in the makeup area. Third and final class of the white-faced crossbreds, weighing 136 to 153 to the makeup area.
A sheep that I've liked since he came through the gate, and with that, a tall-fronted, big-backed individual who is the most unique in terms of the utilization of his hind leg, a flexible kind of a critter who I quickly label as athletic within his contemporary group. Great way to get ourselves started. Congratulations to you. I think the sheep that comes out here in second needs to be second as easily as our class winner needs to win, and though this sheep is a little dingier in terms of its hide coloration, that's a high-headed, big-back, big-pinned kind of an individual who's awesome in terms of foot size and feature, maybe just a little bit plainer in terms of touch, maybe just a little bit pushier in terms of body wall there, but again, a very, very nice sheep. Big-chested sheep that's going to come out here in 3, round and radical in terms of rib, and I love the spread, and I love the volume up high. To me, a little deeper chested, a little shorter cannon. I read that sheep a little quick from a maturity pattern standpoint, but that sheep has a lot of muscularity and a lot of width and a lot of power. Great skinned, crispy-hided kind of an individual with a big back shape. This one, to me, is a little vertical up front, and that'll cause him to run downhill and want to rise up there in terms of its spine and pull up in terms of its flank. But man, that's a big backed kind of a sheep that's really fresh and really aggressive in terms of the shape right there. Congratulations to you. Large outline kind of a sheep that's smooth and practical in terms of the way she's assembled. A big-footed, stout-featured one who needs more muscularity, more power, more punch. This sheep on the standstill, I like a bunch just from a lines and levelness standpoint. To get your hands on her, she's just a little soft and a little spongy, but again, lines and levelness are good. This sheep has presented incredibly well. I wish I could intensify that sheep, though, from a muscularity standpoint as we stand behind him. That sheep wants to leave me just a bit base narrow, and then with that, she has just plenty of bark there on terms of her forerib, but man, a very, very nice kind of a sheep to round us out. Congratulate those exhibitors with a big round of applause. Great set of sheep.
Entering the ring now is our final class of the day. It's the third class of Whiteface crossbreds. These animals weigh 136 to 153. Placing on class 1 of our Whiteface crossbreds, first place to 348, Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 115. Second, first in Kentucky Proud, to 332, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 119. Third place to entry 345, Hagen Smith, Winchester. 4, second in Kentucky Proud to 342, Bella Mims, Nicholasville, with a lamb weighing 115. 5 to 349, Carrie Wagner, Lexington, Kentucky. And 6 to 340, Abigail Johnson, Lexington, Kentucky. Placing on class number 2, first place went to 344, Cassidy Perkins, Maysville, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 127. Second place to 3, Garrett Ruse, Cox's Creek, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 126. Third to entry 347, and that's first in Kentucky Proud, Ainsley Terrell, Paris, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 125. 4 to 335, Elizabeth Frame, Caneyville. 5, second in Kentucky Proud to 330, Wilson Barnes, Cynthiana, Kentucky, a 132-pound lamb. 6 to 352, Preston Zinner, Frankfort, Kentucky, and 7 to Ellie Hampton, Hanson, Kentucky, with 338.
Great class. In our Whiteface cross division, and the top 2 of these things are real good. The front one is an outlier. That thing is sound. He is comfortable. He's the wildest looking one that we've seen so far within this respective breed. And then with that, fresh and attractive in terms of the way that he grabs, really unique in terms of the way that he paints an intriguing silhouette. That is a great sheep to get us started off in this class. I'm pumped up for you. Congratulations to you. This sheep that comes out here in 2, buddy, ran into a buzzsaw, but that thing's proportionality and balance are very good. Maybe just a little longer backed in relation to our class winner, but that thing still has the right kind of body design and muscularity to truly allow him to balance. And then with that, still sound and comfortable down low. To me, not as unique and far-reaching as our class winner in terms of blade length, but man, that thing is real good. Sheep that's going to come out here next, to me, just has a bit more mass and a bit more dimension up high, a little plainer and more generic in relation to the 2 ahead of him. I wish that thing had bigger legs, but muscularity up high and punch are really good. Congratulations to you. Again, practical, deep-bodied kind of a sheep that's smooth and looks like it fed very well for the young lady. That's a heavyweight kind of a wether that in my mind has a lot of merit. To me, I'm just a little bit off in terms of his spine utilization. I want to see that sheep just a bit more unique in terms of the way that he's assembled. But man, a very high quality class, great class winner. Congratulate those exhibitors. Awesome job.
soon as we weigh back those lambs, we will be showing for champion and reserve champion and third place in the Whiteface Crossbred Market Lambs. Placing on class number 3 of our Whiteface Crossbreds, first place to 341, Abigail Mattingly, Murray, Kentucky, lamb weighing 136. Second, first in Kentucky Proud to 333, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 137. Third to 334, Tolly Downs, Alexandria, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 139. And 4 to 331, Wyatt Branham, Louisa, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 153.
Great set of white-faced crosses out here in front of us, and again, each division of these things has been absolutely incredible throughout the day. Each one of them has had the forefront or the front line just absolutely stacked with heaters, and then with the second line being just very, very good. There's been good sheep throughout the day who haven't made it out here to the drive. So for you kids right here, just be pumped up, be excited, because this is good, good stuff. I realize this is probably my last divisional drive for the day, and so I want to say I'm very, very excited for what tomorrow is going to look like. I know we still have to do our Kentucky Proud on this thing, but the sheep out here in front of us I think will look very, very sporty out there as well. And so I'm excited for you guys. Our white-faced cross division was good and deep. I guess to me it's a little more clear-cut than the typical. I would say just letting you guys know my thought process. Class 1 winner I thought was really, really good. Big back, square loined, really big in terms of her hip, and then with that unique in terms of her underline. Is she just the wackiest looking thing out here? No, she's not, but that is a good, good critter. Class 2 is really good in terms of hind leg utilization with the right kind of back shape. I thought that thing proportioned within its class incredibly, incredibly good. I thought Class 3 was absolutely dirty. I thought our class winner was a unique kind of a specimen. I think that, you know, the one that's going to end up in second in that class was a beautifully proportional, balanced kind of a critter that just fell in with the buzzsaw. And so I do think our champion's pretty clear cut. I do think it gets a little bit more challenging for reserve and for third. I'm going to put the mic down. I'm going to show you the ones that I like. Congratulate these guys with a big round of applause. We've done real, real good today. Let's finish on a strong note.
At this time, we do need to be having those Kentucky Proud champions and reserve champions up at the makeup area. Kentucky Proud champions and reserve champions. We do need to select a Kentucky Proud Whiteface Reserve champion. So we'll need Lucas Campbell, also Ansley Terrell in the ring. Our champion Whiteface went to 341 out of the third class of Whiteface Crossbreds, Abigail Mattingly of Murray, a lamb weighing 136. Reserve champion went to second place in that class, and that was our Kentucky Proud champion in the Whiteface Crosses, 333, Blake Daly, Paris, Kentucky, a lamb weighing 137. Third overall went to our first place in the first class of Whiteface Crosses, 348, Lily Terrell, Paris, Kentucky, with the lamb weighing 115. Now selecting Reserve Kentucky Proud.
Get into our Reserve Kentucky Proud. And two different types of sheep out here in front of us. One of them is really powerful. One of them has the right kind of muscularity and is a little bit more dynamic in terms of its look. Again, a great pair of sheep. Going to show you the one I like. Congratulations to both of them.
And our Reserve Kentucky Proud goes to entry 332 out of the first class of Whiteface Crossbreds, Lucas Campbell, Wallingford, a lamb weighing 119. Again, we do need to have those Kentucky Proud champions and reserve champions of each breed to be at the makeup area. Again, this will be like last night. This will be a silent show where we will line those up and record the judges' placing to be used at the championship drive. For the AOB and the Kentucky Proud Market Lambs, our champion was Addie Mae Williams. The Dorper, Josiah Geyer and Meredith Hampton was reserve. The Dorsets, Lucas Campbell and Cullen McIntosh. Hampshire, Izzy Godman and Clark Coyle. The Natural Colored, Sarah Grace Mattingly and Levi Wolf. The Oxford, Levi Argebright and Lily Terrell. The Shropshire, Clark Coyle and Colin Combs. The Southdown, Cullen McIntosh and Levi Argebright. The Suffolk, Ty Jones and Carrie Wagner. The Blackface Cross, Ty Jones and Kinley French. And the Whiteface Cross, Blake Daly and Lucas Campbell. Final reminder, if you would like to sell your lambs on market, the fellow is here buying those lambs. His truck and trailer's parked at the loading and wash rack dock. He's paying $2 a pound based on the declared weight that you have in the catalog. You can still catch him and get those lambs on that load. We also want to remind juniors that this evening you are released from the show facility. All junior sheep that are not competing in the open show or the championship drive have to be out of the barn no later than 11:59 tonight. 11:59 tonight, you must be out of the barn. And after we finish with the Kentucky Proud Championship, you do need to come up and get a release form to leave. If you have not gotten prior approval from Cecil Goodlett, the superintendent, you must be out if you're not showing open show or in the championship drive. Exhibitors, you are excused. Also, if you need to come here to the show ring desk to pick up a release form to leave. Again, if you're not showing an open show or you are not in the championship drive tomorrow evening, you must be out of the building by 11:59 this evening.